And we're live. So, Olafmaster Azus, can you give us an intro to this stream?
Yeah, sure. So, hello everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. I know you guys been missing us because we had a bit of a gap in between. That was just a bit unplanned. We sort of went out of our way to give you some extra time to be prepared for these national championship semi-finals that we're going to head into. But before that, I believe that an introduction is in order. My name, I'm pretty sure everyone's already
क्वालिफाइड टीम्स जो है हमारे सामने आ रही होंगी जो अभी
And most of y'all might not know me anyway. So, yeah, I'm a Holler, and this is going to be my first time casting PUBG Mobile.
All right, guys, let's make sure to give a Holler a warm welcome into the PUBG mobile scene. And I think we're going to be seeing a bit more of him here on and around. But yeah, let's not waste any further time and talk about the teams that we have here. So we had 11 teams qualifying over from the group stages coming to us here. You've got those on your screen. And then we had another 5 teams getting invited directly because these teams have proven themselves time and time again, and we know that they are definitely the best when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Talking about the prize pool distribution, we have 10,000 US dollars going the way of the team that is going to secure the first place across this tournament. Second place gets 5,000, third place gets 3,500 US dollars, and then that amount sort of trickles down as we go down the lower ranks.
Yep.
Yeah, and so this amount is enormous, right? So we've been talking about this before, that for teams that are starting out, for teams or players that are a bit new to the scene, Holler, can you sort of tell the stream what this sort of money might mean to someone who's sort of starting their professional career out as a PUBG Mobile player?
Thinking it from a point of view of a Pakistani player, especially the first place amount is enormous. Like thinking about it, I mean, $10,000, of course, if to a normal person who doesn't really care about, dollars that much or doesn't know much about dollars, if you think in the terms of PKR, it is a lot. So yeah, that's going to be quite a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely. That's a large amount of money right there. But going on towards the schedule that we have for our semifinals day one, the first game is going to be played on Erangel. After that, we're going to head on over to Miramar, which is a bit of a bigger map, a different pacing heading on there. And then after that, the third game is going to go back to Erangel, sort of this map that all of these teams are very familiar with. And there's just a lot of repetition when it comes to this map, right? And then after that, we're going to have a bit of a smaller, more faster paced map coming out for you guys on Sanhok. It's something that we all love, right? We just love to see those teams trying to fight it out, trying to survive and get into those zones. And just I think that it becomes very torturous for those teams. So I just love to see them trying to struggle and fight it out. And at the end of the day, where are we going to be ending things off, Holler?
We're going to be ending things off with Erangel. Honestly, though, I think you missed one point about Sanhok, which I really love, because the best part about Sanhok is actually becoming a snake and playing around that map, because honestly that's the best and most iconic thing about that map. But still, we're going to be ending up on Erangel once again. It's going to be the same map that already has been played twice in this day one.
Yeah, talking in tune to what you were talking about when it regards to Sanhok, right? We see a lot of snakes coming out on that map, especially with the sort of grass that's been set up on the map and the sort of terrain that there is for players to sort of play around. So you have these sort of green areas on the map, and towards the end of the circles we sometimes end up seeing these players opting. So if a squad is not operating at its full functionality when it comes to numbers, right? If they don't have those 4 players alive, you might end up seeing 1 or 2 players trying to just survive and try to make their way up in those ranks, try to secure that first, second, third, fourth position. And something that's very interesting, Holler, is sometimes we end up seeing heal battles coming out where where a player will opt to stay out of the zone because they know they're just going
they have all the supplies, they have all the healings they need, and yeah, they can just stay out and just keep healing themselves, I guess.
Yeah, and the heals are enormous. So I think the other day when RD and I were, casting one of the group stage games, we saw a player having 37 first aid kits. Man,
okay, that is heat. I mean, wait, how long does a first aid take to apply? Like, how fast can you put it on yourself?
Yeah, so
Like,
I think it usually tends to take like 4 to 5 seconds, something around that range.
fair
So
enough.
yeah, the zone can get pretty deadly. So if you miss your first aid by like even a millisecond, so you're just guaranteed dead at that point.
I guess, and so that basically just means that you're gonna have to apply it again and again and again as soon as you really can. So yeah,
Yeah, that's what usually heal battles end up boiling down to. But yeah, guys, so we're going to have our first game starting up in just a little bit. It's going to be very interesting to see a hauler for our stream as well, for our spectators, for especially for these professional players, because we're seeing a lot of these teams coming out for the first time ever through these group stages. So they've been able to qualify competing against teams that are, I wouldn't say bad at all, but not at the sort of level that they're going to be coming across these other teams. Because we had 5 teams coming through the invitational, right? So that means that these are teams that have competed in other PUBG Mobile official tournaments and proven themselves time and time again. So how do you sort of see these new teams sort of coming up and matching up against these really great professional teams that we have here?
I mean, it's definitely really fun to see all the underdogs coming up and going up against the teams that already have their name out there. So teams I don't really know all of the teams that are in this scene right now, but I did hear some stuff about Team 69 and stuff like that. So it'll be really fun to see how these underdogs stack up against these teams that we have here already in the
Yeah,
upper
and it's
ranks.
and it's super interesting that you end up mentioning 69 right there, because Team 69 was one of the teams on their final days of the group stage games, right? They had the highest amount of kills across all days in a single day. So it's
Impressive.
just going to be very interesting to see if Team 69 is able to bring forth that aggression again within this game, or do they sort of end up giving some respect to the top dogs that are on the server with them and sort of taking a bit of a more passive approach, I would say, to the game. But all of these things, we're going to have all of these questions answered within the first game, especially on Erangel, right? So Erangel becomes very interesting in sort of how the first circle ends up shaping up, right? Because we have this island towards the south that
Yep.
has these 2 access points, which are primarily the bridge.
The bridges.
And yeah, so you primarily have those bridges, and then you have those boats that teams can end up using as well to sort of commute between the 2 areas. But then the interesting dynamic that sort of starts to shape up is when you have a circle that includes that southern military base island as well, and then your main island towards the northern side as well. So the teams just it sort of becomes a very difficult situation for these teams, right? Because they have to decide, do they sort of preemptively move towards that southern island, or do they stay towards that northern island?
Yep.
All of these things are just going to be very interesting to see how teams end up navigating things around that.
The infamous bridge camps. Yep, definitely. They're always a sight to see. So
Yeah, and we were seeing them across the group stages as well, and obviously it's a double-edged sword at that point as well, because uh, if the circle sort of does not favor your position towards that southern side, if that's what you've decided to go to, then things can end up becoming a bit messy. But all right, guys, without any more time to waste here, we have the plane trajectory. It's already live, and I think it's a bit of a spectator bug happening at the moment where we're not exactly able to see the plane, but
yep,
from how the
but
teams are
definitely we're already seeing the players dropping onto the map. So yeah, they're all going down for now.
yeah, they're definitely trying to get off that plane and take up their positioning. But from the looks of it, the plane's moving from the right end of the map towards the left end, and that's where we're seeing the team sort of do as well. So we're going to see Stalber, Severny, Shooting Range, Georgia Pool, Pochinki, potentially Rozhok School. All of these areas are usually very highly contested by these teams. So we're going to probably see one squad per area heading on towards there, and then that military base, that infamous military base that we usually end up seeing teams go towards,
Is
is
just
probably
not in the
going to
map.
be unvisited.
Yeah, it's gonna be unvisited for the whole of the game. I was actually expecting a really early drop, like how it looked at from the very start. I thought a lot of players are gonna be dropping around Kamishki and places like that. But now, as you can see, the players already have spread out up across the map a lot, really. But as you can see, we already have the first zone in place, but that isn't really gonna matter for the first stage of this game, as the players are gonna be really busy looting stuff for themselves and stacking up on all the stuff they need.
Yeah, it's sort of the name of the game, especially in the earlier zones, right, where you're just trying to make sure that you have all of the equipment that you're going to need to ensure success later on. One of the teams that we're spectating right now, Team Myth, sorry, really proved themselves in their group stages, and it's going to be interesting to see how they end up faring up against one of the stronger teams here. Myth was a bit inconsistent across their performances, but I guess they were good enough to just get through the group stages at that point, and I think we're going to see them sort of shaping up or mixing up some of their strategies here, because
Perhaps.
right now they're just very close to Team Steph family here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really close encounter for now, but no real movements to be seen as of now because, all the players are just scouting for now, and we're going to see what happens when they go up against Step.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting interaction coming out for these teams. And there's something that we can already see coming out from Team Step is that they're sort of realizing the situation that they're in, right? They have their backs against the water, and as I say, their traction is able to take down Court already, give him a headshot across the map, and now things are going to get a bit messy for Team Step. It's going to be interesting to see how they end up navigating this. They know they've already downed a player, and now they're just starting to pressure them.
I think they're definitely heating up. Reaction is going inside, trying to get a pick on either of the players, but do you look at Joke? He's already up really close to two of the players. There's some TPP, but Step, it's really a 2v2 at this point. They already have one player down, but Step already got two players down. So that's pretty much a win situation for Myth for the moment, and we're gonna see a revive coming in, and the players are gonna regroup as well. So there are three mid player together, and Step is gonna step back a little too, and they're in the house, and there's a nade that did a lot of damage to Saki though.
Yeah, that nade landed right on top of Saki, and he's going to have to be careful about his positioning now, because if more utility comes out from reaction, he could potentially end up going down, and that is just going to spell trouble for Myth, the way that the game has started out. Sorry, for Step, the way that things have been shaping up for them. They've already lost two players. Saki, his positioning is known, and he is exposed at the moment. So I think for Haris, the more important thing or the more actionable thing that he can do right now is just try to get away from this action, just try to ensure that his teammate can come with him, and then just go off from there, because this is the first game of the semi-final, right? And you're off to somewhat of a horrible start because you've already lost two players, and great reaction coming out from him right there, able to take out Saki as soon as he pokes his head out of that cover.
This is going to allow Myth to push in even further. And when you look at Haris, he's just completely away from his team. He's like, now I'm out. And he's going to see that car perhaps get into it and perhaps...
Yeah, that's probably going to be the smartest thing to do. But here, Hellraisers are trying to raise a lot of hell here. Ofo, he gets taken out over there as well. And Hellraisers, they've already they've lost two of their squad members as well, because Divine is going to be able to finish Fofo out, and that Team Hellraisers, they are not off to a great start already. Team Step, they've already lost three squad members. HR, they're down two squad members as well. And I think Zaijin that we have did not start off with one squad member, or maybe they ended up losing someone.
I think they lost one at the very start of the game somehow.
Yeah, that is just not great for these teams. They're not off to a great start here. But let's talk about Team DLord at the moment that are on our screens. They had a very strong showing across the group stages, and it's not like they weren't playing against some really good teams over there as well. There were some really great teams, but we just generally the sort of meta that they've been able to analyze with the team for the game and how they end up rotating across the different zones has just been very strong with them. Another team to look out for is Galaxy Esports that are on our screens right now.
So Galaxy Esports currently just moving on a car. Really, they're just casually chilling around the map for now, not really seeing anyone. But I think they're going to go and rendezvous with Sam. We're going to see what happens. Although, coming back to the fight we saw earlier with Step, I really thought that Step were going to have a heads up on them already, the guys they fought with, but it didn't really end up well for them somehow. It just backfired. They were so aggressive at the very start, but it just really backfired for them, and they just lost three members of their squad.
Yeah, and that's usually the risk when you try to take those early engagements, right? Where you understand that there's a squad that's very close to you, but you're not really sure how close they are, what sort of angles do they have already on you, and what sort of information are they working with. So that's just sort of a double-edged sword when it comes to those early game engagements, right? That's why we usually end up seeing teams trying to avoid things like that. But good on Myth, they were able to get those 3 eliminations for themselves, and they're already within the lead in this semi-final. It's going to be interesting to see if they're able to carry forward that momentum going in. Right now, what we're seeing majority of the teams do is that they're just trying to get these vehicles going for themselves, and then using those vehicles, they're just going to rotate across the map, try to get better loot, better positioning, and just try to stay ahead of everyone else on the server.
Pretty much. And wait, so Pyro, we didn't really see much of the interaction between Pyro and HR, did we? Because they did take out 2 of their players, and we didn't really see that happening. And on the other side, as you would look, there's another player dropped from XYZ.
Yeah, just these engagements are happening left, right, and center right now, especially with these teams understanding the positioning of their opponents right now and just making quick work of them. Team GPA, they are in an interesting position right now, close to that Severny area, just trying to make sure that they can get as much loot as they can while not losing a lot of members, because they've already lost Leo, and that has got to hurt for them.
Point to be noted, though, that one of GPA's members were scoping on spot on to the members of TRZ, I think. And I think they might have an idea that there are players there, but they're not really doing anything there. I don't think we're going to see any engagement soon enough, but other players on the other side of the map or other side of this area are closing in on them. So anything might happen.
Yeah, there's potential for a lot of action happening here. We do have the first circle getting closed in within 30 seconds as well. So just when the blue zone ends up meeting that white line that we have for the play area, this is going to be interesting to see how the next circle shapes up and how and where these teams end up trying to rotate on over towards. Something that we usually end up seeing that's a favorable strategy for most of the teams is that they try to get these compounds, the sort of the compounds that Xtreme Esports already have for themselves on this area, closer to the edge of Gatka, right? So just try to occupy these compound areas within different areas of the map so that they can get a lot of cover. But yeah, so the first circle has shifted, and we see a hard shift towards the northern area. So areas that usually we do not end up seeing a lot of action in, for example, Stalber.
Yep. Imagine if it ends up being in Stalber. It's going to be an amazing fight if it does, though.
Yeah, Stalber is just a very interesting area. We haven't seen a lot of engagements happening on over there, but the terrain over there is just it's a hilltop.
It's basically a hilltop, so yeah.
Yeah, so it's that combination of low ground and high ground is going to be very interesting, and how these teams are going to be able to navigate that. But right as I hold my thoughts, Team Negatives, they're already taking some shots.
Shahir already dealt some damage to that player in the car there, but I think they're gonna get away with it, and it's not gonna be ending up in a fight between these two teams. And still, we're gonna see some movements all over the map. Negative still spotting some of the players going all of the 69 teams. There's the 69 team we were talking about, and they are moving towards the map, already spotted by Pinkman. There's some gunfire going on, but not really anyone to be found just as of now.
Yeah, Team 69, not one of those teams that tend to shy away from any gunfights or engagements, and that sort of gets reinforced by the fact that they had the most amount of eliminations coming out from the group stage across one of the games. Pegasus, he has his aim locked in on one of those players. He's trying to make sure that he can cause some damage to them, but that does not look like it. Another thing to look out for is Team Pyro, a very strong contestant across this competition, and they have secured some points in the beginning as well, where they were able to cause some damage onto one of the teams that got a bit too closer to them.
Is it just me, or Pyro players, two of Pyro's players are just really low on HP right now for some reason? Do they not have healings, or what is it?
I'm not sure where you're picking that up from, but all of the Pyro players right now seem full HP on my screen.
I think it perhaps was an extreme bug, but anyhow, we're going to see Pegasus trying to get a pick on one of the 69's players, but he's going to get backfired from Hacker, and he's already knocked him down, and he's going to get back into Scar perhaps and make a reposition. I don't think he's expecting more negative players to be there, but there is one, and Hacker has to be careful about it.
Yeah, Hacker just going up there trying to finish off his prey, someone that he got down. But now this is the risk, right? You are not aware of the rest of the squad members. You're not sure where they are. And Shahir using his Mini 14 and making quick work of Hacker. So Hacker, I'm not sure what he is doing that far away from his own team. Sort of a lone wolf out on his own mission.
Yeah.
But no bigs from
Yep.
69.
Hey guys, you
He's
go
able
on
to
your
finish
own.
that
I'm just
off.
gonna go around and get some kills. But oh well, didn't really work out.
Yeah, I think especially in a competition like this, that is probably not the most optimal strategy coming
I
out
guess.
into the stage, right? And so this is something that's very interesting coming out from Team RTG at the moment, right? They've lost Hacker due to his own ambitions, but sort of the squad's not that well together when they're
Yeah,
moving around on the
exactly.
map.
A lot of players are just spread out all over the map. Hitman, though, can see some heads, fires on them, deals a lot of damage too, but isn't really able to take anyone down as of now.
Wow, we're seeing some vehicle-on-vehicle action happening over here, where a player
Oh,
just gets ran over by one of the vehicles, and he's going to get finished off there. Team 69, you guys love aggression, and aggressions come to your doorstep. Let's see how they're able to handle this one.
they're closing in. There's the nade cook, but isn't really going to hurt anyone. So we can see players closing in, but 69 is really well tucked inside of the house they're in. But there's a player outside. He's going to be cut off with the molly. Look at all those vehicles stacked up for some reason. We're going to see some close encounters here from two of the players. There's a nade. That's going to lock something up.
A lot of engagements coming in. Huzafa is able to take out Sam and Team Galaxy. They're trying to be the aggressors right now, but that aggression is not really working out for them because their own player gets taken out at the moment. Shazil, he's able to take out Barwan, and now this engagement Galaxy right now. They're getting pressure from every angle, and Shazil, he might be able to finish this last player off, but then he gets shot in the back. This is just back and forth across these two teams. Team 69, they have two players down, and Huzafa is in a 1v1 right now with the player from Team 69. He has to make sure that he ends up winning this engagement because his entire squad is dependent upon him.
So Huzafa trying to get some with the nades, and we're going to see some movement. Oh. Drop shot taking one down, and we're moving in towards the end of the, well, not really the end, but the middle stages of the game. And we're going to see a DLord trying to move away from where they were because two of the players are really low HP. And we're going to see some fights coming in from Seven Sins as well. There's a lot of action on the map right now.
Yeah, there's just action happening left, right, and center between all of these teams as they get closer and closer as the circles are trying to push them closer and closer to each other. And now, Team DLord, they've already lost two of their players, so they're just making a run for it, trying to rotate out of here. 7 Sins, they're able to spot out a player, tag Sherry. He sticks his head out for too long, and Pharaoh makes quick work of him. 7 Sins, they're working very nicely here within the small huts that they have here.
Yep.
Deployed a lot of smoke grenades so that their teammates have cover. They can get that revive off, and then these three members can start to try to move out of this sticky situation that they're in right now.
Ooh, Adi, you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast. Levi has a sight on you, but Levi isn't really able to hit anything. So he's gonna just go back. And now we're gonna see the zone closing in once again, and we're gonna be heading on to the new place on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Levi taking a lot of shots on his hashtag. Adi is trying to survive, man. Adi just is like, no.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Are you
And Levi just ends up hitting nothing.
Yeah, Levi taking a lot of shots here, but yeah, that's the thing, right? Team Myth, they have now exposed themselves. They have sort of disclosed their position for the rest of the teams here. So if they did not have vehicles here, then that could have spelled a lot of trouble for them. But
Yeah.
luckily enough, they do have vehicles, and they are close to the next circle. So that is a bit more interesting to see here. But on the western side of the map and a bit more towards the southern side, we're going to see a lot of teams trying to enter the circle from that area, and especially with the lack of cover, since it's all out in the open, we're just going to see a lot of bloodshed on that side.
Definitely, and players are still moving in on close. Actually, there are two teams really up close to each other, such as the tag team, but we can see other teams as well. Hellraisers just playing it really slow because Myth is right behind them, and I think it's only Tears who's gonna have to deal with the Myth team.
Yeah, those teams, they are definitely very close to each other, but Team Tag, it depends upon how they are going to approach the situation. I think it looks like right now they're going to just sort of back themselves a bit further into the circle, letting go of Team 7, since this understanding that it's just better to have a much more secure position within the circle than to camp a team outside of the circle.
Yep.
And that's just what we're seeing them do here right now.
I finally saw some players on the scoreboard, or at least on the top right of the map, that which I actually recognized because I've actually casted one of the tournaments in which they played in, and I remember this mid guy performing really well, and he was just on fire in that game.
Yeah, we hope he can sort of have that consistency in performances across this tournament as well, because it's the semi-final stages, right, for the PUBG Mobile National Championship. I'm pretty sure it's all of these players. They have a lot to prove right now, especially these underdogs that have come through the group stages. They're just going to want to make sure that everyone sort of recognizes their names after this tournament.
So Tag Rise moving on towards the Tag players, and they have 7sins right behind them because as the zone is closing up, the players are closing up towards each other as well. And we can see some engagements though, and there's a lot of damage taken by the one of the Tag players. And as 7sins are moving in close to each other, Rise is gonna have to go close to his player and help him out because all of the Tag players are in the same area, in the same terrain, but they're still really far out to each other. They need to group up because 7sins, they're gonna catch onto them in no time.
Yeah, 7sins, they're sort of starting to make their way within the circle as well, and they're pretty close by right now. So it's just going to be interesting to see how 7sin ends up navigating this, because they are a player down already and just trying to make their way up to that high ground with Team Tag sort of camping them outside of the main circle. Is a bit difficult for them at the moment. So, but that's where those in-game calls are going to come into play, right? If they're going to opt to do the risky play, use the vehicle and try to get in, but at the same time, grenades are being thrown, and Team RTG, they lose another player to a grenade. Team Pyro, they're giving RTG a very tough time right now.
Yup, and Team Road to Glory might just take this as their ticket to leave because I don't think they're going to get a chance for it again if they let Pyro close up in on them. Pyro moving into Team Road to Glory really fast, and there's the nade. Hitman taking some damage inside the smoke. There's two teams. There's actually two teams really up close. Hitman taking even more damage, and he knows he has to get out because if he doesn't, he's going to lose his life. Down to like 20% of HP points. He is going to move a bit further away, but still Pyro player right behind his back is going to take him down, and there's another player down on Team Road to Glory.
The Team Road to Glory, having lost multiple players here, is just not looking good for them, especially in this first game. They're already out 2 players, and then with Hitman getting knocked down over here, it's just going to look extremely difficult for them. I think the tires have been blown off from this vehicle. Hitman gets knocked out. On the other hand, Team RTG, they are being hunted right now by Team Pyro. They have different angles on them, and Umar gets eliminated as well, and that will spell the end for Team RTG in this game number 1.
I definitely thought he'd be able to take down OP there because, you know, OP was in a car. He was moving. He had to take his time to settle down and take a shot on Umar, but still, you know, he did it somehow, and Umar got taken down. I guess it was the difference between the guns that they both have. Umar was using a semi-automatic rifle, whereas RTG player had an assault rifle, but still.
Yeah, when it comes to those long-range engagements, those semi-automatic guns really come into play. But Team GPA, they're already locked down here, trying to finish this engagement, trying to get the upper hand and be the survivors outside of here. But it's looking a bit difficult for them, especially the sort of situation, the sort of positioning that they have. It is a great position in the circle, and that also means that every team is going to be looking up to you there.
Team GPA and Team Tag up picked really close. There's a fight between Psych and another player. Psych is going to get damaged a bit, trying a first aid to get ready for the fight for the next engagement once again, and he's going to go, but he's just taking the run for it. He doesn't want to take the fight again. Team Tag from the eastern side of the map coming up towards the zone, and I think this is, wait, where's the final zone again? Is it near Stalber, or is it just a bit behind him? Because
yeah, I think
has got
it's definitely gotten pretty hilly because we are covering that hilly area, the Stalber area, but Old Boy is just making quick work out of Team Tag. The entire team is trying to get together with all of those vehicles that they have, but that is just the issue. The exact problem is
and if you're in it, you're gonna blow up with it as well. Tag, they were doing really well the first part of the game, but now they're just things have gotten really hairy for them. Only one player not knocked down, he has the responsibility of taking up Rice as well. So, oh boy, he's not on fire right now. Did you see all of that, all this that happened in these previous 10 seconds? It was crazy from him.
Yeah, and it's just not that. He's just taking a lot of shots on Team 141 as well right now because the sort of positioning that he has on that high ground just enables him to be able to cause a lot of damage on the majority of the team that are trying to fight that uphill battle. Please pardon my pun here. It's quite literally uphill for them right now. It
Pretty
just
much.
looks very difficult for these teams that are trying to make this thing. But see, this is the importance of rotations in PUBG, right? If you're a team that can foresee where the circle is going to go towards, and you end up making those rotations beforehand, like the way Team GPA has done, or the All Boy team was able to do, then that is just going to put you in a great position to be able to win the game.
Yep, you're definitely going to have an advantage of where you are on the map. But still, players up really close. And Old Boy is just not stopping. Look at it. He's just jumping around. Or even after taking down two of Team TDP players, he just went on spraying.
Yeah, there's a lot of sprays coming out, but Team 7, since they tried to make that uphill climb towards the other team, they were punished very heavily for that, having lost 3 members there. And 7 since Pyro, he's just caught in the lead right there. And he gets taken out as well. Huzafa, he's able to catch out one of the players, but there's a vehicle right next to him. That vehicle could potentially be blown up in just a little bit. So Huzafa, yes, be careful, does good work to take out OP right now.
Down only. Like, look at how fast the number is dropping. From 25, it just went to 19 in a moment. And yeah, we only left with 19 players. There's another one down. It's just crazy. But Old Boy is once again up, and he's taking more players down as well. So 69 Huzafa not being really aggressive as they are OP somehow behind the car. OP's gonna wait for 2 of his teammates to come up to help him somehow. But Huzafa waiting. He knows they're gonna come up, and OP's still saying not. Pyro is gonna dump them with the nades, with the utils they have, but oh, would you look at that? Hunter just slammed Zephyr with the car, and he's down now.
Yeah, Zephyr gets taken out as well, but on the other hand, Pyro Divine, he sees the team negative. They're trying to push towards him, but the blue zone's already not favoring them, and that grenade from Buzzard lands right on top of them. Team Pyro, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment because from one side, Team Negative is pressuring them, pushing onto them, and on the other side, Team Myth is trying to make quick work of them. Buzzard, your grenades are causing a lot of trouble from Team Divine, and then Pyro gets taken out by Team Myth. PMNC Esports are playing this circle perfectly. We're only down to 3 squads at the moment as they try to push into the circle. Buzzard gets spotted out. Captain is going to make quick work of him. And now we're only down to 2 teams at the moment. Team Myth versus Team Hashtag. Hashtag, they are towards the circle. They are on the higher ground and they've lost another player. Superboy, he gets eliminated right now. And it's a 3v4 coming down to the final circle.
8 players only in the final circle remaining. This is gonna get really intense in a moment. So mid players up behind a ridge right now. They do have a bit of cover. They do have a lot of space to play with for now. But let's see how long they're gonna hold it on for. Because, you know, they have to push in at some time. And it's really gonna be down to the circle.
Yeah, the 2 teams that somewhat within the circle. Team Myth, they're just trying to slowly make their way up there. Myth Joke trying to use that vehicle to get behind that tree. Adi was able to spot him out. He knows now where this player has taken up position, but it's Team Myth that has to push on towards hashtag esports because they're right at the edge of the circle right now, and they have to get all of their players within the circle because this blue zone is going to cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt.
You cannot afford to stay out of the circle.
So Adi just standing right on top of the cliff like a menace, and he's just waiting for the mid players to come on him. But like, I really love how 4 of mid's players are alive, and it's only 3 for hashtag. But I don't think that's gonna really make a difference at this stage of the game. Still, though, 4 players for mid, they are playing this really well coordinated, and they are looking to win this map.
They're definitely looking to win this map, but a thorn on their side right now. A thorn in their plans is Aqua OG because the sort of position that he has visibility on almost all of the players right now. So he can give those callouts to his team. He also spots Levy. He knows the sort of the cover that Levy is behind, and I'm pretty sure in a short while he should be able to spot out Captain as well. So this inflow of information towards Team Hashtag is just pivotal for them right now. And as the circle is going to start coming to a close, as the the Blue Zone is going to push these players from mid in, I think it's going to become a game of utility for Team Mid, because if they have those smoke grenades, if they have those frag grenades, those molotovs, they can sort of use them to try to make their way into the circle. Because a straight up engagement with hashtag, although they do have the numbers advantage right now, it could spell the end for Team Mid within this game number 1.
Definitely hashtag with the position advantage. They are waiting for Team Myth to come, and it's really gonna come down to the circle, I think, because you see, Myth is not really in a position, and hashtag. I think the circle is going to be in their advantage, so they might just not have to move at all. So Myth is going to be the one to close in on hashtag, and hashtag with the good position already is just going to be suppressing fire onto the hashtag guys, Myth guys.
Yeah, Myth is going to have to be very careful in how they end up approaching this situation. With the new circle forming in, we can't really see it on our radars at the moment. But if we can sort of get a view on that, then that is going to dictate how this engagement is going to go on.
Pretty much. But looking at how hashtag is moving, the circle might have been a bit closer towards mid, though. Odin making a really quick reposition. He's up close to Joke. Joke does know about it. He knows there's a car there. Someone is close, but Odin not really making any faster movements other than that reposition on the car.
Yeah, just trying to relocate a little bit according to the next circle, and just trying to get an advantage on these players from mid as well, so that they have a different angle coming in. They're not all locked into the same area. Hashtag OG taking a lot of shots onto Captain. Captain now has to go a little further back, but now the blue zone, this is where it causes a lot of trouble for Team Mid, right? This is where they're going to have the biggest issue right now. The biggest pain in their side is the circle that's sort of pushing them in. Captain, he gets taken out. Aqua OG, great shot coming out from him, but that tree is not big enough for the both of those hashtag players. They get knocked out. Great play coming out from Reaction. Good reactions right now, and hashtag the last player, Odin, he's been caught out. He's on a sliver of HP right now, trying to survive, and he is not able to. He gets taken out. Great gameplay coming out from Team Mid, and well-deserved chicken dinner.
Definitely. They approached this really, really well. Even though hashtag did move up close to them a little bit at the very end stage of the game, and Bits was really pinched out, as you can see. Like, Captain took a lot of shots, and he was low HP, so he had to lay down. He had to stay low, but still. And as the circle approached them as well, they were sort of pinned down in that moment, but still, good team coordination, and it still went really well for them, and they won the map.
Yeah, it's just overall a great strategy coming out from Team Mid. And this is one of the teams that we were talking about a bit in the beginning of the game as well, right? Where we sort of end up seeing this inconsistency coming out from Team Mid, where we saw them having 4 members alive right down to that final circle, right? And that is a great thing coming out from a team here that is ending up and going to win that chicken dinner. Having all 4 members of your team alive is just so pivotal, and we saw that in the final engagement as well. But then it's just going to be interesting to see if Myth is able to take this momentum and keep it consistent across the rest of the 4 games, or is this just one of those times where Myth just does amazing in one of those games and then they sort of fall off later on. Sorry about that.
All good. So, Azus, as the heat is finally going down, I noticed you calling Levi as Levi. So let me give you a bit of insight on this character. He's actually an anime character. Mind me, I am a big weeb, a massive one. So
yeah, I think I'll take that lesson in anime as soon as we come back, because I believe production is telling me right now we're going off for a break. So everyone, make sure you guys are still around when we come back from this brief break.
And we're off.
तो दोस्तों वेलकम बैक वंस अगेन, एक दफा फिर
And we're
आपकी
live.
खिदमत में हाजिर हो चुके हैं और व्हाट ए
Hello,
गेम बाय
everyone.
टीम
Welcome
मिथ।
back to
और
the
मैं
PUBG Mobile National
एक्साइटेड हो गया था कि
Championship
मैंने
semi-finals, day number one. What an amazing first game we had from Team Myth Esports right now, and I believe that this team is on your screens right now. It is these individuals that we saw them play within the first game, and what an amazing game they had there, right there, Holler. The sort of rotations they had, the engagement that they had, and how they took just the entire game on. That was amazing.
Definitely, because you can see why we already saw the reason Old Boy is the MVP right now because he was legitimately exploding on that cliff there with 8 eliminations and 1.3k damage. That is a lot of stuff he did there. So, yeah, and we can see overall stats off the map and a lot of stuff used. Total healing 8k, total 57 knockouts. That's not bad, really, because I'd expect a bit more, but still, 57 it is a good number.
Yeah, and then 6 headshots coming up. We saw a very long range down coming on, or the longest elimination, which was 391 meters by RZT Idar. Coming Didar, sorry, I mispronounced
Yep.
that name. And then on the other side, total rescues, 19 downed players were upped, and that's just the thing that we have over there, right? When you talk about those engagements, it's just very important for the teams to play as a unit, ensure that if they do end up having a player knocked down, so they can ensure that they can get him back up and back into the action. And that is really the big hallmark of that is really a good hallmark of a great team, right? Where you end up making sure that they can back up their teams. And just talking about the utility usage that we saw across this game, 234 utility based items being thrown out, and that is something we see very frequently on Erangel, where especially towards the final circles, when you're out in the open, you're going to see a lot of the smoke grenades being deployed for that artificial cover. So whether you're doing that to get your teammate up or something else, that's just very interesting to see. So the match summary is right in front of us right now.
Yep, match summary. As you can see, Old Boy repeating his name 2 times with the highest eliminations and the highest damage. Still, he just, as I said, I don't think I need to repeat myself because he just exploded on that map here. So, Azus, do you think we should talk about the next map just now? Because I think the next one is Miramar, right?
Yeah, I think the next map's going to be Miramar, but we're going to come to that. I'd first like to see what all these other players were able to do, right? Where Old Boy, again, having the highest amount of damage, Myth Joke coming in with those 2 assists there. I think that's interesting. That was the highest amount of assists for just 2 across this game.
Yeah.
And then the longest engagement, again, Didar, and then Old Boy, the highest amount of knockouts as well, right? So that is just super impressive coming on from Old Boys. Going a bit on towards the match rankings that we had post match one. Myth Esports, again, your victors across game number one, having 15 placement points secured and then 10 points from elimination, they're able to get 25 total points. So that's some distance that they're able to put between themselves and the next team on the leaderboard, which is Pyro Esports, getting those 8 placement points, 9 elimination points. So we think Pyro Esports was pretty aggressive throughout, but then the sort of positioning they had with the circle just did not favor them for the rest of the game.
And following Pyro is hashtag who got 15 eliminations, fifth place points and 4 eliminations. So that's a total of 16 points. And that is going to be followed by Team Negatives with 10 place points, 5 eliminations, which is going to total to a 15. And as you can see on the stream, the rest of the teams have gotten equivalent points following them. And I don't think we need to mention it.
Yeah, so some of the teams that we were really looking out for were 69 Esports, who were able to get a decent placement. Team 7 Sins, again, one of the teams invited. Hellraisers, again, invited team. And Galaxy Esports, it's sort of very different to see Galaxy that lower down onto the leaderboards, because the sort of performances that we've seen from them across the group stages, that's sort of a team that you have high hopes from, that you expect them to perform. It's the same for DLord Xotics as well, a team that we usually tend to see performing pretty better and being a bit higher up on the leaderboards. So these teams, I'm pretty sure they're feeling the heat right now. They're feeling the pressure right now because they understand they are probably not going to be very happy with the sort of performances that they've been able to push up or put up right now across this game. So let's see if these teams can come up with sort of a different strategy going on into the next game.
Yep, they're definitely going to take all the heat that they gathered in the last map, not being able to do a lot. Because as you mentioned, that 69, they're the underdogs, right? They're always really explosive, really aggressive all around the game. We're going to see how well they do on the next map.
Yeah, so looking at the eliminations and damage graph that we have here, again, great production coming out here for this tournament. So Myth Esports, 10 eliminations and then 1.6 thousand damage coming out from them. Team Pyro, very close by. They had 9 kills, just a difference of 1 kill, but then some substantial difference in the damage numbers coming out over there from them, 1.8 thousand damage. And then we have the rest of the teams. One team to look out for, or something very interesting, is Team GP as well, which were very aggressive throughout this first game. They had 9 kills and they had the most amount of damage dealt across all of the teams. So something that's sort of coming out from Team GPA is that we're going to see that aggression coming out from them from the rest of the game and the rest of these tournament.
So, Azuz, would you look at the difference Seven Sins had in their kills and damage? It was crazy. Like, it's almost the double you'd expect.
Yeah, it sort of looks like they weren't able to maybe finish off a lot of the engagement that they had. But now coming down to the team head to head, we have Myth Esports versus Pyro Esports, two very strong teams within this tournament, teams to look out for. So again, Pyro Myth, they were able to secure that chicken dinner, and the placement points were substantially different. Elimination points, Survivor Myth, they were your winners. So obviously the survival
Obviously,
time
yeah.
is not going to be comparable. But then the average damage. So that sort of this sort of illustrates the difference between the mechanical skills of the individual players, right? Where Pyro Esports, they dealt 1800 damage as compared to Myth Esports 1600 damage, and the eliminations weren't really that different, where Pyro had one less elimination from Myth Esports. So I think that really tells you that Pyro Esports, they were an invited team to this tournament, so they're at a different level of competition as compared to the rest. But Myth Esports, they're really giving Pyro a very hard time here.
Definitely, Pyro just Pyro being really having the upper hand mechanically here, because as you can see, obviously from the average damage, they're doing much better. But definitely, Myth Esports playing it out strategically just got the map.
Yeah, and talking about the map that you were talking about, Holler, we're going to go towards Miramar right after this. After that, we're going to come back to Erangel, and so the sort of repetition coming on here. After that, Sanhok. It's a bit of a smaller map, more closer range engagements. You don't really need that many vehicles to be able to rotate around on the map. And after that, we're going to go back to Erangel. So just this sort of repetition of Erangel is just very interesting for me across one day, right? Where teams end up playing the same map over and over again. So what that sort of does for the team is that some of these teams that are playing with each other for the first time ever across this group stage, they're not really they don't really understand where the other team likes to land. So, for example, the team might prefer Pochinki most of the times, but another team might like Prochinki as well. So when you're going to have those early engagements happening, so you might end up sort of leaving that Prochinki territory to the other team and just gravitating over towards another town. So well, that's going to be interesting to see. Right now, we're going to have Miramar coming out in just a little bit, Holler, and something very different about Miramar as compared to Erangel is that Miramar is more of a long range engagement heavy map, right? Because it's such a huge map and there's just a lot of room for these teams to be able to rotate out. So vehicles end up becoming very pivotal for those rotations.
Vehicles definitely do seem really useful on this map, because as obviously it's really big. I think it's like I don't remember the exact size, but I think it is 8 by 8 or at least 16 by 16. It is a really big map. That's all this comes down to. So talking about Miramar, Aziz, can you tell me about a bit of the meta of this map, perhaps, or what are the hot drops at least?
Yeah, so I think usually you end up seeing those towns like Los Leones and especially towards the central area of the regions of the map. Those are areas that end up getting very frequently visited by most of the teams. Los Leones is usually such a huge town that you can have sometimes up to 2 or 3 squads dropping there, and they're just able to get their loot up. But then that's just the thing, right? It really depends upon the teams and their strategies and what they're preferring at the moment, how they want to go on about it. If they do want to end up landing close to another team and just sort of take those engagements on. But another thing that we see are teams gravitating towards the extremities of the map, right? Where they end up going towards the northern end, southern end, western end, and they even let that first blue zone come on in. And after that, you're just going to see all of the teams mounting their vehicles, using those vehicles to just try to rotate in towards the center of the map and try to see where the circles are. So that's why Miramar is very interested, because another thing that you're going to have happening there is you're going to have a lot of those long range engagements. So you can end up seeing those snipers, those DMRs coming into play, and that is just always very interesting to see, because those long range engagements perfectly illustrate the players and their mechanical skills and how good they are at them.
Yep. So what you told me makes sense, right? Long range weapons, obviously, it's a big map. You're going to need long range weapons. But the fact that the players voluntarily and willingly stay in the blue zone for the at least the first blue zone is crazy to even think about, because yeah, it's not really an idea I've come across before.
Yeah, again, it's not the most common strategy that the teams end up deploying, but we do see a lot of teams doing that, especially from, if I recall correctly, teams like Bublu used to prefer this very much, right? Where they wanted to stay towards the extremities, sort of feel the first circle out, because in the beginning, if you're a team that landed in a secluded town, or you
Yep.
made your way towards the extremity, so there's a very high probability that you are in a secluded town. So you just have a lot of healing, you have a lot of good resources. You tend to see a team having 4 vehicles under their usage as well. So that sort of team just wants to, sort of wait out the first circle, see where the next circle is going to be, and then just plan one huge rotation around the map. So it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to see any teams employing the same strategy coming out here on Miramar as well, or are they going to try to, or are they going to prefer to play it safer and just sort of gravitate towards the center of the circle, the center of the region, just get themselves positioned in maybe a nice compound, a few set of buildings that they can find, and just try to make sure that they keep the rest of the teams out. That's something that we're going to have to see with how these teams end up deploying their strategies.
Yep. The map is going to be starting very soon, hopefully, and we're going to be seeing some action pretty soon.
Yeah, there's just always these moments before a game starts, right, that are very
It's
exciting
just
for the players and for us as casters. We're just trying to see how things are going to shape up. Yeah, I think it's usually, the factor that you're looking forward to something happening that, just gets you to the edge of your seat.
you just can't wait. You just come on, start it already, and yeah, it's always like that.
Yeah, and speaking of getting the game ready or getting the game started, I think we do have liftoff from the plane. We're seeing the plane head on over towards that southern side, towards that northern side of the map. So, favoring the tilt is a bit towards the left side. So the plane trajectory, pretty standard, I'd say. Not a lot of surprises there. So we're going to expect all of those main central areas like Los Leones, Chumancera, Picado, Power Grid, San Martin, El Pozo, all of these areas are going to get visited. They are within range of the plane's trajectory. So the teams are already heading out there. Something that is a bit interesting to me is Team Hellraisers. I think they
Yep.
are preferring that Puerto Paraiso.
Paraiso. Wait,
Yeah.
wait, where is this map based on? I don't know. It's like Spanish or something. Anyhow, as you mentioned, they might just be employing the same strategy as going towards the extremities of the map and just staying in the blue zone. Perhaps we'll see.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see with how the first circle shapes up and the sort of regions that the first circle is going to engulf within it and the regions that are going to be out of it. So that's primarily going to dictate where these teams end up going. And there we go. We have the first circle. Uh, it's a bit shifted towards the eastern side. It has some water in it, and water isn't really a playable area on
Yeah.
most of the
Yep.
points in the map. Although you can survive in the water, but you can't really shoot your gun. So that just makes things pretty tricky. But yeah, so we have the drop. Teams have landed. The first circle is out here, and now we're seeing how the teams are going to go on about this. It's going to be interesting to see if any of the teams want to make an early rotation over towards that town of El Azahar and try to get their loot going over there, because I think that gives them a very good tactical position, especially with how this first circle is, right? You can sort of loot there, you can just make yourself comfortable, and once you end up seeing the next few circles taking up shape, then you can sort of plan your exit from there accordingly.
Yep. We can see the teams already gathering around, but though Myth already pretty far outside the circle, but they're gonna take their time looting. They're gonna do all the stuff. They're gonna get all the stuff they need, and perhaps move towards the circle later on in the game. So as for now, not a lot of action for now. Of course, the players are busy looting and stuff, and Team GPA rendezvousing it once again. And I think they already have the guns that they need, though Syke just holding on to a pan for some reason.
Yeah, some of the players they did find some good loot, especially in the early beginning. So a few of the players they do have guns happening here, but like Engaged, he was not
Oh,
aware that there's a player very close to him,
yep.
and he gets taken out. Didar, he's going to show up to try
He
to
just climbed in,
back
but
up his teammate.
there's the teammate coming right up behind him. But oh well, Enrage already gone, and I don't know why Enrage just climbed inside. I think he was completely unaware of the fact that there's already an entire team inside that house.
Yeah, I think he was pretty surprised. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
He had absolutely no idea there was an entire squad present in this compound in these buildings, and he just getting taken out that early on was just not good for them.
definitely. TRZ though, kind of one of their teammates low HP, but oh well, he's gonna heal very soon, hopefully, and get back up well again. They're in the car, probably gonna reposition once again, and we're gonna see where they head towards.
Just using the vehicle, trying to rotate out of the map, trying to see where they can head on towards after that. And that's going to be interesting to see how these teams end up approaching the certain rotations, especially at the beginning of the game, right? Where you have the rotations happening, but there's not a lot of action, especially in the early part of the game.
Especially since it's a really big map. So the teams that are really far out, spread it out. But we did see a somewhat of a goofy kill, I'd say, because Enrage just got taken down for no real reason at all, and I don't know what he was doing so far away from his team as well. But oh well, it costed him his life.
Yeah, it could be just some miscoordination between the team members, not really being sure on where they wanted to land and how they wanted to go on about the map in terms of their general strategy. Maybe a mix-up from the in-game leader, but that's something I'm pretty sure that's a discussion that this team is going to be having amongst all of its players, amongst all of its team members a bit
Definitely.
later on. And it's sort of the feedback that you get from your team members, right?
Yep.
Wait, what were you doing there, bro?
What were you doing,
Not
man? What the heck?
What the heck?
Look, I didn't know. I didn't know.
So,
That's all it really boils down to. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure if we have, some OG people on our stream watching the PUBG Mobile action, but I remember back when PUBG Mobile, not PUBG Mobile, PUBG PC started out. So we had this person that would just sort of go around Shroud all over the map, and he would just
Oh.
yeah he would say "What the heck," and that was just
Other
his
heck.
name.
Yeah,
What the
actually,
heck?
I kind of do remember it because I've seen those clips on. Of course, they were just blowing up on social media, so I did come across them sometime.
Yeah, just a very
Yeah,
funny character out there.
yeah.
But yeah, so coming back to the action, Team Myth is right in front of us. I think they have occupied the town of Chumansera, and they're just trying to get their loot up. A stellar performance coming out from them in game number one, and we are expecting some great things from them in this game number two as well. 25 points already. They have some distance between themselves and Team Pyro at the moment. So just I'm just looking forward to seeing if they're able to sort of maintain that across the next few games or across this evening at least for game day number one of the semifinals.
I actually do have expectations for the Team 69 this game because, as we mentioned at the very, very start of the game, before even the game first map started, they are the underdogs, and they weren't really able to do a lot in the previous game, and they might be able to in this game. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what exactly happens.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how 69 Esports, goes on about all of the engagements in this map. Just a generally a very aggressive team, right? They do not like to just sit down and wait for the action to come to
Yep.
them. They're usually the invokers of that action and just trying to take it to
Pretty
the other
much,
teams.
they're always going head on and just going around firing their guns in the air, and they're just out there.
Yeah, guns blazing.
Yeah, guns blazing.
Yeah. So just standard rotations coming out from the teams. The first circle is closing in just a little bit. We have a little under 2 minutes for the circle to close in. So as soon as the first circle closes in, there's going to be a shift of the circle, and that's I think when we're going to see some of the strategies coming out from the teams and how they're reading the next few circles, how they're sort of understanding what the shift is going to look like, because so a lot of some of the in-game leading, some, well, not some, but a majority of the in-game leading, the part of it is to sort of predict where the next few circles are going to go towards. So if you sort of have that good intuition for the circle, or obviously there's a lot of RNG involved with it and whatnot, but it's a skill to be able to read through that RNG and sort of set your team up in the best position to be able to take advantage of those next few circles. And that's something that we saw happening from Team Myth Esports within this last game.
Yep, definitely. The circle is finally going to be closing in. The teams are going to be closing in. And we finally will get to see some action because before, as of now at least, all I hear is just cricketing. What is reaction scoping on it? Oh, well, he's just being careful. You can never be too cautious.
Yeah, I think that's just what Reaction's trying to do right now. He's just trying to make sure that if there's any players further out in the distance, that he can just catch them out, and so that they do not get backstabbed. And this is what I was talking about, right? With the first circle already closing in and the blue zone being very close, Myth Esports and Pyro Esports. And it's not a coincidence that there are two teams that are present at the top of the leaderboard right now. They're choosing to stay within the blue zone for the moment, right? Where
Yep.
I'm not sure if this is because of just how they were positioned on the map, or does that have more to do with how they want to play the rest of the map out, where they want to see where the circle ends up going towards. So that's just going to be a bit interesting to see.
Yeah, I think
Five
Myth was on the southwestern side of the map, so they might actually have been outside the circle. So I don't think it's really their fault. But Pyro, they might actually they might be in the circle for their own reasons, perhaps. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
pretty far behind. Yep.
yeah, Mets is pretty far behind as well. Yeah, so yeah, you're definitely spot on there, right? With their trying to electing to stay towards the extremities of the map. So we have the next circle coming in again. It is favoring that El Azhar area, and we already see a squad that's rotated in towards that area. Rest of the squads, they're sort of favoring that middle ground towards that junkyard area, and then towards the extremities, we have another squad just rotating in towards the edge, just trying to make sure that they can get into the circle in but somewhat of a timely manner.
Yep, players definitely coming close. Galaxy Esports being as careful as they can because they know the circle is closing in. The players must be as well. They know there are some players on the other side of the cliff because, as you can see by the gait of the players, they're just being really careful as of now. Just guns out, scopes out, and they're ready for the fight.
Yeah, the fights that aren't coming at the moment for them, but they're just trying to make sure that they,
Yeah,
uh,
there's no one close. You got to be careful.
yeah, you can never be too careful. Yeah, just generally not a lot of action happening here at the moment. It
Yeah,
seems like.
I expected it to get this boring because yeah, Miramar is just that big. You can never expect too much action until at the very end of the game.
Yeah, that is something that tends to happen on Miramar, where players just don't end up engaging themselves too early on, and just try to stay put, try to stay safe, and just stay within their comfortable surroundings around their team. But yeah, talking about action, Team Galaxy, they're spotting out some players rotating in and just trying to put some bullets into them, trying to do some damage into them, so that the other team just can just not comfortably rotate in.
Sherry, though, on the other side of the map, taking one down somehow. I don't know how that exactly happened, but it did, and that's one player knocked out.
Eliminations happening. Team NEG, they're giving Team TRZ a very hard time right now.
Oh, we can see. Look at the kill feed just glowing up all of a sudden. It's just kill after kill after kill. We just saw 5 kills in a row, or at least knockouts. Because yeah, but oh well. Sadly, we didn't really get to see it, and we didn't really get our eyes on it. But it did happen on the map, and now we're remaining with 61 players and 16 teams.
Yeah, just generally a lot of engagements happening here, and these players, they're just trying to cause some damage onto each other, or just trying to be able to take each other out. If they can get a down, or if they can get that quick point from elimination, that's going to prove to be very pivotal for them right now.
Definitely, you can see some engagements and some, at least not even, if you wouldn't call it engagement, you have to call it interaction at least because, they're poking each other little by little. And yeah, we might get to see some fights. Oh, look at that. He has such a far eye, but he still gets taken down. He was scoping spot on. He knew there was a player there, but yeah, he just got backfired for being out in the open.
Yeah, and that's something that you cannot do, right? You cannot be out in the open like that, just giving your position away to the other players. Because that's why cover is just so pivotal, right? That you have to ensure that you are behind cover at all times within this game. But yeah, as the circle is now closing in, we're going to have the next rotation coming. There's the next set of rotations coming out from these players, and we're going to see where do they all end up going. I think we'll know within just a few moments as we see where the next circle goes.
Yep, 69 esports players is somewhat do no wait. So the players are really close to each other. The teams are somewhat coordinated, unless and not like the player we saw at the very start in Rage. He was just completely separated for his team. But as you can see on the radar on the map right now, all the teams are really up close to each other, and not really a lot of teams are close to each other, as you would see. So there still might be some time to when we can see some action on the map, but still a lot of movements in cars finally because the players weren't really moving in cars. And there's a scope in, some damage done by Myth Captain, and 69's players has been taken down. That's one player down. He has a lot more to deal with, at least two.
Yeah, and that was Shadul who was out in the open. So 69, they're going to try to come and back him up. But Blade Easy, he takes some shots, but then he faces some retaliation as well for that. Now, Myth, I like this. I like this from Myth Esports. They're trying to get a bit aggressive towards Team 69. They know they have a player already knocked out, but they are in the blue zone. They are taking some damage. Blade Easy, he's going to get caught out as he tries to get away within that vehicle, and he'll be able to successfully do that. Joke is out in the open, and that was just not a good spot to be taking those engagements from Team 69. They are already within the circle, and they are not taking any damage from the blue zone. Whereas Myth Esports, they have to feel that pressure. They have to feel that pressure from the blue zone because now the circle is going to start doing some damage towards them. Joke will be revived by his teammates. And as soon as that revival comes through, they're going to want to get into a vehicle and get as far away from here as possible.
Mid just closing on to his team, and now they have some sort of a compound under their control, and now they're gonna stay there and wait for the other players to come in. So the action, the heat has slowly died down, but still, would you look at that? A lot of teams are close to each other, and RTG Dream Shop, he's in a bit of a pinch right now. Two of the teams are just on him from both of the sides, so he's gonna have to deal with the situation really carefully.
Yeah, he'll have to be careful in how he ends up taking this approach. I think he pushed up to that compound, not completely being aware of the fact that there was an entire squad that was positioned within there and was just waiting for him. So he gets taken out over there. And on the other hand,
Oh,
things
really close encounters with Team 7S. They're really up close. There's the nade. He's going to make his way out of the house. And there's one knockdown, complete kill there as well. Drop shot, looking for the hunt. He's going out. He's not stopping. And there's the final damage to take down the last negative player as well.
yeah, there's great engagements coming out from these players and these teammates. They're just able to back each other up, and then there's grenades coming out and just causing a lot of damage onto the players, but not able to completely finish those knockoff Team 7 since they're looking in a much better position at this point, and then as compared to what they were, and then that drop shot. With that drop shot with that drop shot. All right.
Yeah, drop shot with
All
the
right.
drop shot. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Fair enough.
Yeah.
He's living up to his name, all right?
Yeah, he definitely is living up to them. I'm just a sucker for chemistry, right? In patterns and
Yeah, me too.
just
Me too. Me too. I get that.
it's just things right now. But yeah, we have the next circle shaping up again. It's gone on over towards that junk yard area, towards the center of the region. So the teams will now have to push up and try to see if they can get some angles upon each other, or they can just get some good footing into the circle, so that after which the consequent rotations into the circle become much easier.
So Team
It's some,
Hellraisers against Team 69. I think we're gonna see some interaction or engagement between them soon enough because they're just head on right now.
And something that's pretty interesting for me to be able to see here, that we have some teams that are pretty further out from the circle, and they are towards that western side, just trying to make sure that they can, sort of survive there and make their way into the circle as well. And it's a lot of vehicles being deployed.
Yep.
We already have a squad getting eliminated from this game, and that is Team NEG.
So 52 teams remaining. All of the teams, everything is just calmed down. Only a lot of action in front of Myth and Team 7 Sins. They're up really close. Reaction cooking the nades and then throwing them right away. Drop shot is gonna take some damage. Reaction closing up in on him. He's not stopping. Drop shot already knows that reaction is coming up on him. Levi is gonna take down 7 Sins. Pharaoh, and that's one player down on the 7 Sins side. Joke and Captain and all of the players on Myths are closing up on 7 Sins. 7 Sins in a really bad position, and they're gonna die out one by one. But that's not exactly what's happening. Only drop shot remaining. and Sake with really low HP. What can he do? Takes down one. Captain is down. Dapshot low HP and all. He's all that's remaining of Seven Sins after all that deadly interaction and engagement from Myth. So all alone, one player down on Myth side, and Dropshot has to deal with all this. The blue zone is on him already. Reaction right in front of him, going towards the C mid. That's knocked down. Reaction is going to take down Dropshot, and Team Seven Sins has been eliminated from this map.
Team Seven, since they're again just not off to a great start within this map, right? Where they're just trying to ensure the fact that they could maybe get a higher positioning within this map, but it just does not look to be their day to day.
Definitely, they're just wiped out by Team Myth. Although Team Myth, you gotta give the credit to Team Myth for pushing up on them. That they just did it so quickly and swiftly. Seven Sins didn't even know what hit him. So yeah, they're out.
Yeah, but definitely Myth getting third partied from Team GPA, and well, we were just singing Myth's praises right now, but they've been eliminated. I think it's that coveted Caster's curse just coming into play over there, right?
I guess. I'm sorry, Myth guys.
They're not going to be happy about that, getting eliminated a bit earlier on within the competition. But now we have 69 Esports just trying to cement their presence within this game, trying to ensure that they can get a bit of a better positioning, which they weren't able to in the last game. 69 players.
Really up close to a few of the players. They're going to use all the utilities they have to give themselves a bit of support, but still an encounter is probably inevitable at this point.
Yeah, and that encounter looks like it's going to happen between Team DLord and Team Step, because Step has those compound, and they have that set of buildings under their control. If Team DLord can take that away from them, then that's going to be amazing. But it does not look like it's going to happen, because DLord, it's just not Step exclusively that they have to deal with. It is the rest of the server as well that is aiming right at them. They see them standing outside those compounds, outside those buildings, and they're just not going to make it any easier for them as they try to take those compounds away from Team Step.
Yep, Team Fem4 being right behind Team Step right now. And Team Step, they actually do have a really good position because they have a control of Internet House right now.
Yeah, and there's a great sniper shot coming out from Goat, and this is what we're talking about, right? That this is a map that prefers those long range engagements. So it just pays off much better if you have those long range guns for you as well. Saki, I thought he was cocking a grenade here, but
Nope,
yeah,
that's just
deploying that smoke.
Yeah, he's just making a way out for himself. Or maybe not. Maybe he just wants to stay inside, just smoke himself, give some false information out, and yeah, see what happens.
Yeah, but then DLord, they are in the meat grinder right now. Step able to knock down a few of their players because they're just standing right outside this compound. Harris throwing that Molotov on top of those players, but then there's a grenade coming right back at him. HR Tears, on the other hand, they are going ballistic with their engagements. Team Step, they are just in such a great position. They're just shooting ducks right now.
They are definitely Step just pushing on to Team 141. A lot of damage taken by Team 141 though, and they are combined right now, and we might see some aggressiveness from Team Step. Furthermore, the car the Jeep, the SUV they were trying to get into and just push on to Team 141 has been exploded, and finally Team 141 has been eliminated completely. Team TAC coming into play in this area. Josefa, though, being a third party, will try to deal some damage, but isn't really able to. And Team 69, though, this time they're actually staying a bit low. They're not taking the fights they usually do.
Yeah, 69 choosing not to be aggressive right now because of the position that they have, right? They're just at the edge of the circle. They just want to be able to make sure that they end up staying alive. Galaxy Esports, they get eliminated. They have lost all of their players, and Team Pyro looking in another tough position within this map, having already lost 2 players and then just being shot on at from all of these angles. OP understanding that there was just a lack of cover out there in the open. So just getting back inside and sharing that cover with his teammate. And Team GPA, they are just raining down hell onto Team DLord and Team Step at the same time, who have been caught into this engagement for a very long time. Sort of a stalemate coming out between these two teams. And Team GPA, I think they're just trying to lend a helping hand there.
Yep, Team GPA, point to be noted though, they're really up close towards the circle, and a new safe zone already has formed, so they have to make their way inside it because they're not going to be safe for very long. And this circle already is pretty short, so it's going to hurt. But a lot of interactions, engagements already coming in. And still, I think GPA got out of that pretty well, and a player revive is coming in as well. So I think they're going to be fine without it, but not really, because 69 players are coming into play. Shazil dealing a lot of damage to Azair, and they're going to have to go outside that, because that probably surprised them a lot.
Yeah, that was definitely a surprise for them, not expecting 69 players to be aiming at them as well, and then dealing the sort of damage that they were able to, eliminating that player that could have potentially been revived. So 69 Esports, they'll have to be careful themselves, because with all of the shots that you're taking at all of these players, you're also giving your own positioning away, and you are short on 2 squad members right now. Huzefa, he caught a player, taking him over that ridge, but Team GPA, there's strength in numbers for them right now, and there's a lot of numbers for them. Tag, on the other hand, Lord Daniel, he's able to take out another player, 69. They've lost Shazil and Leo. He's just causing a lot of damage to these players right now.
Leo just Team Shazil tried to get out of that, right? But he didn't have any cover at all. He tried to go prone behind that little ridge, but he wasn't really able to. So Team GPA doing a lot of work more and more, and they're just going out right now.
Yeah, and with the amount of points that GPA has already accumulated, they've got 9 points for elimination. So that's what we're seeing, right? Team GPA just being super aggressive. 69 Esports, they get taken out, and GPA, they were about to, old boy sir was about to take out another player who was just able to get himself behind cover in the nick of time right now. But what's old boy going to do? Is he going to get more aggressive and then push on, or does he decide to stick with his team for now?
Tag with just 2 players alive. They are moving in close to Hellraisers, and they're pretty far away from each other. Well, not really that much, but they are, and that distance could mean their win in this game. But they don't really have a lot of good chances, because only 2 players remaining.
Oh.
What exactly is happening here? A lot of engagements coming in. Pyro already been taken down.
Yeah, and that will spell the end for Team Pyro, where they had two players alive at the moment, and they just tried to be aggressive onto Team Hashtag, but Team Hashtag recovering nicely. They had only one player getting down from that engagement, and he's going to get up as well. We are down to the final few circles, and we have 4 teams alive at the moment. They're just trying to. I think a lot of these teams are very damaged, I would say, but
Probably, yeah. They're not in the best condition they could be.
Yeah, they're definitely not in the best condition that they could be, or not operating at full capacity right now. But Team GPA, they have to be careful for Tag OP, who's just one player.
Not anymore.
Right.
Not anymore, right?
Yeah, not anymore. Not at all anymore, because Hellraisers, they make quick work out of him. We've got 3 teams alive at the moment, and there's a circle that favors none of them. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams end up coming down their ridges, coming out of their compounds, and making their way into that open space.
Is that a Lamborghini?
Yeah, it is. It actually is. Yeah.
So Hellraiser not really deciding to leave their position as of now, but the circle has been reformed, so they have to get out of there soon. Just using the utils, just healing themselves up, patching themselves for the fight that is yet to come. And oh, would you look at that hashtag actually coming close to an airdrop, probably expecting an AWM or something, but it's not really going to be helpful at this moment, because hashtag players are being taken down. There's truth chase coming in. Odin closing up, and yeah, that's going to be it from Team GPA, who were performing so well at the start of the game and probably all around this map. But now they've been taken down, and that was really it for them.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be between Team Hashtags and Team HR. HR operating at full capacity when it comes to their squad members. They are all 4 members alive at the moment. Now, trying to make sure that they can make their way within the circle. They can get some sort of angles onto these players and just gather some information right now. But Team Hellraisers, they seem to be in a prime position to be able to win this, especially with the amount of HP that hashtag members have lost, the grenades that are sort of coming in on them at this moment. It's just raining hell on them, and that is courtesy of Team Hellraisers at the moment. Hashtag Odin, he gets taken out due to a grenade. Tears lands right on top of him, and I think Ardi is the last survivor, and he's not going to survive for long, and the chicken dinner ends up going their way. Team Hellraisers, what a stellar performance coming out from them.
What a beautiful sight, honestly. The coordination. Did you see how all 4 of them were moving in coordination? How well they were just moving together, so that the one last player remaining has literal no chance of winning.
Yeah, they did not give him any chances over there, and this is the sort of performances that we expect from Team Hellraisers, right? We know that they're a great team, that they have that sort of understanding of the game that it takes to be able to win it, and that's just what we saw coming out from them. So Miramar getting wrapped up. That was our second game coming out from Team Hellraisers, and they did. I think they did a good enough job, right, to be able to secure that chicken dinner, to get those points from those eliminations. And we're going to come back from a short break and sort of see what those placement points were. But you have to give it to Hellraisers, right? What a stellar performance from them. Right, I think there's a bit of a
Wait, did the break got delayed?
yeah. I think production's in my ear, and they're sort of like, oh, we're not going on a break right now.
Oh well,
Right.
oh well.
Yeah, so we don't have to go on a break right now because we can talk about PUBG all day, every day, right?
Definitely.
Especially with the sort of performance that Hellraisers had over there. Well, I think production's telling me that we are now going to a break. So we'll be going to a short break, guys. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. National Championship. This is the semi-finals, day number 1, and with me is Holler. We had two amazing games already for PUBG Mobile being played on Erangel and Miramar, and especially after the second game, Hadi, we have to say the team HR, they're looking in their dominant form right now.
They are, yep. And how they performed at the very end of the game, it was miraculous. It was really a sight to see. And hopefully, we get to see the same consistent performance throughout the three maps that we are running. But now, we're gonna see because, look, I was, we were rooting for 69 from the very start, but oh well, they didn't do it really well.
Yeah, Team 69 Esports, they weren't at the best of performance. With talking about Team HR right now, the overall ranking, they are at number 5 right now because they didn't have the best performance coming out in game number 1. But that is something that I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to improve as this day goes on, as they end up playing more and more games.
जिस तरह इन
If
लोगों
you
का
look at
रोटेशन भी इनको
their
कोई
team
दिक्कत नहीं है और
MVP at the moment, that is Tears, and he was tearing that server apart, right? 4 eliminations coming out from him, 3 knockouts, 1 assist, 492 damage. That isn't a lot of damage in terms of the elimination that he had, but that just sort of goes to show that Tears was only taking those shots where he knew that he could confirm the subsequent kills as well.
Yep, definitely not revealing his position anywhere on the map. These stats definitely aren't that impressive. I wouldn't say impressive, right? Because he is the MVP, but still, he did really well to become the MVP of the match.
Yeah, and looking at the overall stats for the game, we had 57 total eliminations coming out, 9,600 total healing, and 78 knockouts. So the utility usage looks a bit standard for the map as well, with 228 items of utility being dropped out. Airdrops got looted as well. I think there was an airdrop that got looted towards the end of the game, and one that got picked up by a team relatively towards the beginning. 9 total headshots coming out, so players, they look to be hitting those headshots right now. And GPA Leo was also one of our top performers across the group stages, where he just had a stellar performance, getting that longest elimination when it comes to distance at 350 meters. But that's just something that we tend to expect on a map of Miramar, right? On a game that is being played on Miramar, that you're going to get those long range engagements coming out, where these players are just going to take each other out using those sniper rifles, those DMRs, and sometimes even the M4.
So the knockout to rescue ratio, in my opinion, is much better on this map. So we probably saw a lot more rescues, though they're the exact same number of eliminations as the last map. There's my photographic memory for you. Anyhow, so the knockout, yeah, it was pretty well. It was a well-rounded map.
Yeah, definitely. Just something that we were expecting here. And looking at the match summary, GPA Leo, he has the highest amount of eliminations. Again, Leo, this is something that we expect from him with the sort of way that he ends up playing the game. Old Boy Sir, highest amount of damage going on to him. He was going off in this game as well, just like game number 1, trying to get those eliminations, trying to get that damage dealt onto the player so that he could get those knockouts. Highest amount of assist coming out from another player for GPA was there. So this great performance coming out from them. And team, well, wouldn't you know, GPA Leo with the longest elimination distance. And then we had a player from Pyro. So looking at the overall ranking for match number 2, Holler, is there something that stands out for you, a player performance, sort of the player points that they've been able to secure across the game?
Not exactly player performance, because as you saw, the MVP wasn't really the MVP stats weren't really that impressive. Still, though, Hellraisers as a whole, 8 eliminations and total of 23 points, that is definitely impressive. And once again, GPA, as they were doing really well, they kind of lost their pace at the very end of the game. But still, that is 10 eliminations, which is 2 more than Hellraisers. So that basically shows how much more aggressive they were than Hellraisers. But oh well, it didn't really well end for them at the end. Coming on to hashtag esports, only 6 eliminations, but still that's fair enough. So that was the top 3 for the previous map.
Yeah, and hashtag esports sort of showing us their pacing within the game, right? Where they did end up getting that second position, but because they were not actively going out and seeking those engagements, so just sort of losing their pace, their placement to and becoming the third player team on that map, right? So elimination and damage, if we get down to it, Team GPA, again, we see that aggression shining out from them, where their bar is the highest as compared to all of the other teams, doing 1.9k damage and getting 10 eliminations off of that. And after that, we have Team 69, which also dealt a huge amount of damage to the teams, a 1.4k damage, but their eliminations were just very lackluster within this game. And something very similar for Team Step as well, right? Where you see they did 1100 damage, but they were only able to secure one elimination off of that.
Just not being able to finish the players off, I guess, or just maybe poking around and not being able to carry on with it.
Yeah, but now let's talk about the overall rankings post game number 2. So we have Team GPA at the first position, having 16 points from placement and 19 from those eliminations. So this is where you see that aggression paying off. Team GPA, they have not won any chicken dinners right now, but they are still topping the table with 35 points. Following very close is hashtag esports, 24 points from placement and 10 from engagements, putting them just 1 point behind Team GP at the moment with 34. And on our third position, we have Myth Esports. They were able to get that chicken dinner, but then just not a great performance coming out from them in game number 2. That puts them into that third spot with 28 points.
And following that is Pyro Esports, which puts after this second map, after the second match, kind of put them in a tie between Myth Esports and 28, because both of them are now at 28 points, and Hellraisers actually gaining a position a bit and coming in at 25 points.
Yeah, so some of these teams are generally, the trend is a bit upwards for them, but now we have to look at the teams on the second page right now. Team 7 Sins 9 points, DLord 8, Team 141 6, Galaxy Esports at 6, REDZONE Esports at 4, Xtreme Esports at 3, Road to Glory Step Family at 2 and 2 respectively. So this is the sort of page for these teams where they understand that they have not been able to perform that well across the last 2 games. So it's just at this point where they're going to have to up their game and make sure that they bring their best plans, they show up mechanically when it comes to those engagements as well, and just try to secure more points. Because right now the top team, the first team, is at 35 points. So that is not a very significant lead as compared to the points that these teams are on. So if just they sort of end up performing a bit better, so I'm pretty sure they can sort of cover that gap that exists right now.
Yep, 35 is definitely chaseable if they do change their paces of the game, because we still have 3 maps remaining, and these last 2, or at least the last 5 or 10 teams, still do have a pretty good chance of climbing up the scoreboard or the rankings.
Yeah, and we do have a mobile phone giveaways on stream as well. So you guys make sure that you participate, and I think we'll be announcing winners at the end of each stream. So that's just going to be interesting to see. And then I think the deadline has been extended for our followers milestone challenge. So make sure that you guys are participating in there, and there's just a lot of cool stuff being given away over there as well.
So 14 AirPods and 3 Apple Watch. I'd honestly enter this giveaway too.
Yeah, well, good luck with getting those followers going first. The follower, because I'm pretty sure I won't be able to win anything with how things are. And just make sure that you guys, end up giving us a follow on our Instagram handles as well, if they're anywhere there on the stream or on any of the other socials. That helps us grow, and that we're helping the PUBG mobile community grow at the same time, right? So wouldn't you say, holler? Wouldn't you want anyone to holler at you?
I don't like people hollering at me, all right? I'm a bit scaredy cat. But there we go.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, just make sure that you're participating in all of these things that we have for you guys. Now coming back to sort of the action that we're going to have on game number 3, and that is going to be Erangel. We're sort of throwing it back to the map we started off with, and Erangel again is going to get repeated 3 times during the day. This is the second iteration of it. So I think that the teams now at this point during the day have gotten a bit comfortable with each other. They understand where they're landing. They understand the sort of play style that each team brings about. So it's going to be more interesting to see how the rest of the teams end up adjusting their own play style to get that chicken dinner, or are we just going to see a lot of aggression coming out from these teams? All of these things are very interesting to see on Erangel, isn't it?
Definitely. Either of the things could happen, but if you think about it, Erangel being played for the second time, that basically means that all the teams know how they played on this map previously. So it's basically going to be a repetition of what happened, but everyone has a chance to do better and fix up on their mistakes.
Yeah, I think and the teams are going to be doing that because you do not become a team and compete at this top competitive level if you do not have that range of adaptability within your play style, right? Where you can sort of look at a map and go like, so it looks like we did these X, Y, and Z mistakes in the first time. We got caught off here. Our rotations were weak, or maybe sometimes it comes down to hard luck because PUBG, like we said, is a game that has some RNG built into it, right? When
Exactly,
it comes to
exactly.
the rotation of the circles and how things end up shaping up like that. So I think it's one of the really top qualities of a top tier team within PUBG is that adaptability, where that in-game leader can sort of pull up his map and look at the circle and sort of tell his team that, you know what, this was the plane trajectory. I think these teams are playing, and I'm pretty sure they rotated like this. So how about we rotate a bit differently? And something that's very cool, Holler, that I sort of noticed as someone who's been broadcasting PUBG and just covering these top games for a while is that sometimes what ends up happening is that you have this point of entry into the circle,
Yep.
and this happens a bit later on, right? So, for example, a lot of teams will be clumped up towards the southern side of a circle, and they'll all be trying to make their way from that southern side. But if you
Oh.
take a look at it, if you take a look at the map, so the northern side might just be completely empty,
Hmm.
or because of the initial trajectory of the plane and the consequent circles afterwards, there are just no teams present towards the northern side. So this is something that I've also started seeing from the top tier teams, right? The really good teams with those in-game leaders that actually spend time looking at their wards and going back and looking at the rotations, that they end up taking those long detours around the circle, going across the boundary of the circle using the vehicles that they have, and just trying to find a safer area of the circle to enter into. So that's something that I'm looking forward to the teams doing here today as well.
Definitely, as you said, because that detour is obviously really useful to them. Probably should. I mean, it definitely proves useful to them. Other than that, talking about the adaptability of the teams, as you said, as you just quickly laid out a random strategy of the teams, a strategy that teams might imply that this will happen and then that and then that. Even if that doesn't happen, they'll just change up their plans, their strategy really quickly, and hopefully things will work out for them.
Yeah, because with not having that ability in PUBG, it just hurts your teams significantly. They're just not going to have your team is just not going to have a nice time if you just can't adapt to the changing waves of the situation, right? To the changing circle, to the loot that you have, to the resource that you have. Because also something that people end up forgetting is that a pivotal part of PUBG is also just resource management at the end of the day, right? How many heals do you have across your four members? How many long range guns do you have? How many short range guns do you have? Do you prefer entering those compounds and sort of taking control and challenging the other team, or you sort of are the sort of team that shies away from those engagements and sticks to those longer range engagements that are more on your turf, that are more under your control? So all of these things, they end up factoring in, and that is what is, I think, the main difference between an average team that we're going to see a bit more towards the middle of the leaderboard, and then your team that is in those top three, top five positions, right, that are doing much better than the rest of the teams.
I think you just explained, or maybe you just fixed my mindset about why I used to, or at least used to despise PUBG a little, because this factor of randomness in this game just kind of put me off usually. But only now I'm just realizing that it's your ability to adapt to any situation is what makes you good at this game, and yeah, that's sort of an enlightenment moment for me.
Well, I'm glad to be delivering epiphanies all around today, and that's something that we have in this game, yeah, because it's just not within the game, right? Just RNG is just generally a reality in life as well, as
Pretty
I
much.
like to call it. Yeah. So, and that's something that also exists within the game as well. But yeah, coming back to the next map that we're going to have these teams playing out. So it's just very interesting, and I'm pretty sure this has nothing. And I'm pretty sure that this has, it's not scripted in there or anything. But so what usually ends up happening on these competition days is that as we get Erangel again on the
Mhm.
second or third time, so Erangel just has these extreme circle rotations the second and third time that you end up playing it. So I'm just looking forward to seeing how the circles are going to start shaping up on this map. Are we going to have a very standard centered around the center of Erangel, or are we going to have the circle, causing the teams a lot of panic and shifting maybe hardly towards the northern side, towards the southern side, or towards the eastern western side? I just love when the circle sort of includes military island in there as
Yeah,
well.
it definitely. I'd like a couple of military base on this map right now. Definitely.
Yeah, it just mixes things up for all of the teams, right, that are involved, because you're not sure where the circle's sort of going to go. So you have to make that very risky assessment and decision towards the start of the game. Is the circle going to go towards the south side? Do we end up getting into a boat and rotating over, or do we end up delaying it? Because if you end up delaying it, then you're always going to have those pesky bridge campers who are just going
Definitely.
to, yeah, they're just going to sit there towards the end of the either side of the bridge, and they're just going to camp and make life a living hell if you try to rotate over. So that's always a crucial call that the in-game leader has to make towards the start.
Super annoying though, but still, I mean, as you mentioned, these bridge campers are really pesky, but still, I kind of really love to see how bridge camp fights end up turning about. Like they're really interesting to see. Some of the players just choose water as their way of commute, but some of them just try, plan to just bar through the bridge itself. So yeah, they're always really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. The bridge engagements are very interesting. But now, let's go on over towards our game number 3, Erangel. The plane is live. We do have the plane coming in, sort of dividing the map into 50-50 right now, where the plane has taken a bit of a neutral trajectory towards the map, going from the northern side towards the southern side. And I think with
GPA, they're already going towards Stalbert for some reason, as if they already know where or maybe they're just going there for the loot and just want to stay away from the players for the starting stage of the game.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be their general understanding of the game right now and how they want to play it. They just want to keep their distance from the rest of the teams, because we've seen the sort of aggression that Team GPA is capable of, right? And to be able to execute that aggression, it's very important that you get your teammates some crucial loot in the beginning of the game, right? So that they're in the best position to be able to cause that damage and then to be able to be aggressive later on. And the military base island, a lot of teams have 2 or 3 teams, actually 2 squads, Team Hellraisers and Team RZ, deciding to head on over there. So the military island, I think the PUBG gods have listened to me, and my wish has been granted. The military island has been enclosed within this first circle. So Holler, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Do you think that the subsequent circles are going to favor the military island, or are we heading towards the northern side?
Uh, I go for neither, honestly. Perhaps towards prison or somewhere around that. Maybe shelter. You want to take a bet?
All right, so no, so like the shelter area is a bit towards the northern island, right? So I think I've gotten my answer there, in the sense that Holler is a non-believer, guys. We have a
Uh
non-believer
huh.
among us. He does not
Sure.
believe in the military island ending supremacy circle. So
I mean,
let's
if you want, I can pray for it, but sure, go on.
no, we're not going to pray to make the lives of these players much more difficult than what they already are. But yeah, just generally seeing how the circle is going to shape up and how these teams are positioned themselves. A myth player is able to secure a vehicle. He's just circling around one of the other players, realizing that he should not be wasting his time here. Just gets up and moves away from the circle. So let's see where the next few circles end up taking up their positions, or where do they sort of end up going. With the way things are, everything just looks pretty standard right now.
Definitely, things do seem pretty standard as of now, and I don't know if we are gonna see any interaction soon enough, because as you can see, I'm really interested about, because you see how GPA was performing really well in the first 2 maps. They got a lot of eliminations despite not really winning the second match. They are this time taking a really different approach. They're on the other side of the map right now, and I don't know what they have. They may be having something up their sleeves, but yeah, it's really there for us to see.
Yeah, it's just going to be going to it's going to be interesting to see how they end up doing this. But I think we have some delay coming up from the production end in terms of the
I'm pretty sure
action.
there's some. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something going up, but it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely fine. No issues from us here. We're not complaining. The sort of
Yep.
issues happen, and I'm pretty sure our production is just on top of all of that right now. But yeah, seeing the first circle, I think it's a bit of a standard circle coming out, in the sense that you for the teams, majority of the teams are already within the first circle, and that's just something that we do not end up seeing very frequently on this map.
Yep.
And to some teams that are towards that northern end, where they are on that Stalber area, they're just trying to make sure that. I think that was Team GPA, one of the more aggressive teams that we have on this map. They're sort of trying to make sure that they're off to a decent start, right? Where they
Yep.
are not pressured by all of the other teams that are just constantly around them, encircling them, trying to make life miserable for them, because they want to be able to make life miserable for other teams just a bit later on.
Yeah, they're gonna take their time. They're just chilling right now around Stalber area, but a lot of other teams are really up close because, as you can see around that Yasnaya or school area, a lot of teams are actually really up close to each other. So they might just gather around soon enough.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that happening in just a bit. As soon as we end up continuing with the action, because I think I have prediction in my ear telling me that we have some technical difficulties happening at the moment, and we're all well aware of the technical difficulties. But right now, I think we have the action back. It is live for us right now, and Team Hellraisers, they are already on that bridge now.
It is already going down. So we actually can see two teams on the bridge, Hellraisers and Pyros. Point to be noted, both of them are really good at this game, of course. But Hellraisers next is going to take a really sneaky spot right beside the grills of the bridge, and he's going to stay there for a while. Hellraisers Tears coming back to rendezvous with his team, and he's going to follow up with them, probably.
Yeah, and Romeo, he's gotten himself on the other end, and that's just what we're sort of seeing, right? They're just trying to make sure that they can get their last member, which is next, who was a bit further behind all of them on the bridge, but he's gotten himself comfortably down, and the cavalry has arrived to pick him back up as well. So the circle, as it is now closing in with the blue zone, I think Team Hellraisers have taken their bet on the next few circles, and I think they've decided to rotate on over towards that southern end, towards that military island, and they're going to try to stick on towards the edges. On the other hand, Team 7, since they are already within another engagement right now, Daniel is pushing right in front of Dropshot, and Dropshot won't be able, is going to get dropped right now, and Hassan, he gets eliminated as well. Team 7 Sins get eliminated as the first squad that we're going to say goodbye in this game number 3.
That was quick, honestly, though. That was as swift as it happened. But yes, Team 7 is now out. And now we are seeing some players on Glory. They have been getting wiped out pretty fast in all of the previous games we've had. And this time, they might just, maybe revise their strategy, maybe look at what they're doing again, and maybe correct it, and maybe just come up towards the rankings.
Yeah, we're sort of going to expect team Road to Glory to have that revision in strategy to sort of see what were the problems that they were happening in the rest of in the past 2 games for them, right? But then talking about Team 7 Sins again, they're just getting eliminated again and again and pretty early on. So I think some revision of strategy from them might be expected. But then looking at the circle, right? The circle has decided to go on towards that main island area, towards the northern island. Engulfing within it are those shelter areas, that farm. So I think we're going to have the final circles closing pretty much out in the open, and then all of this terrain with the trees and everything are just going to come into play with how these teams end up engaging each other.
Yep, we can already see some fights coming in. Team 141 doing some work, quick work, but the player is completely stuck behind the car. He is having some trouble. The car is already very damaged. There's the rush and completely slammed on by the car, and he is crushed and dead. So Team 141 leaving their dead teammate behind and just making the run for it.
Yeah, just getting out of there after getting those very important kills, especially with Dropper, right? Dropper is the only member alive for Team 171 at the moment. So there's just a lot of responsibility on his tiny shoulders right now from his team, because he has to make sure that he can get the maximum amount of placement points, and for that he has to stay alive the longest. Romeo Whitey, on the other hand, taking out Steps Hamza. We're not sure how that happened, but that definitely did happen according to that kill feed.
So Myth being really careful right now. They do have two teams in front of them. One is Tag, and other one is coming close to them. 69 coming up against them from their south. So the teams are really closing in fast. There's a interaction coming in from Hellraisers Romeo, and he has already taken one player down. That was really quick, but still Step players are really close to each other. So a revive will probably come in, and that's only really going to cost them a few, one or two first aid kits.
Yeah, and I was about to say that Romeo's out here without his teammates, right? He's just out here alone gunning it against Team Step, and I think this is the third time that he has knocked out Hamza, and I think that is going to be their signal for further aggression. Next pulls up onto that entire squad. They're all right in front of him. Jump shots coming out from him, and they were crazy, and now he's getting shot at by other players as well. His teammates been able to provide him that sort of cover. Step, he's able to take that other player out. Team Hellraisers, they're off to a great start again in this game, especially after securing that chicken dinner. We see that sort of momentum shift happening within them. Team Hellraisers, they've already gotten 2 eliminations. Step, they're down to 1 squad member at the moment, and I think that's going to be the only survivor for them right now.
Perfect plays coming in. The jump shot, the reflex shot, it's all perfect. It's all in harmony. And yeah, Step is now only down to 1 member, and I don't really know what he can do. He can just perhaps go around the map, maybe get some kills and, get some kill points.
I think that's what he's going to be ideally trying to do over here. Tag, Cherry, he's in a great position, just trying to use that positioning and just make sure that he can cause some damage onto the other players who are trying to enter the circle right now. On the northern side, the circle's pretty standard right now. We don't have it closing again, but Pyro, he's locked into engagement.
Yep. Bobby is taking some damage. A lot of damage dealt to Pyro already, and he is down. So Pyro, one of the Divine is going to come into play as well and deal some damage. He has a teammate revive, but he's going to look for it after he's taken down Didar. So he already has 1 player to deal with, and Rage is there on the map as well, but there's the fire coming in from his south. Team 69 is onto him, so he's just going to close in on his teammates, maybe get the revive in so he can, get some support from his teammates. But first, he's going to put on the first kit because he's already low HP. They're trying to blow up his car. Bitch is already low HP as well, so Hunter is there now to support his teammates, but what can they really do? They're just getting fired at from all different directions.
Yeah, it gets pretty hard when you're getting engaged upon from so many directions, right? And you're not sure which areas of the map are safe, where you can, sort of get behind and take that cover, and which areas are not. But Didar choosing to get into that vehicle at a very risky moment, and Divine is just, the timing was impeccable from him on that.
Definitely.
He's able to take advantage and just knock down Didar. Didar will probably get eliminated there as well because his teammates are not close to get him up. With Levy, he's able to take Didar out.
Yep, he made perfect use of that timing though. I think he just heard the vehicle go by and he was like, hey, this is my time. This is my window. If I take it, it's mine. Otherwise, it's gone. And yeah, perfect usage. Pyro already back on their feet. They're going because they were in a pinch. 1 player down, 2 players really far away. Only 1 there to support. But the moment they gather around each other, it was perfectly played out.
Yeah, definitely playing it out pretty nicely over there. And Shahzil, he has some vision on the HR members right now. They are behind a tree, getting the revive off, and I think they should be safe from Shahzil's fire coming in right now. But on the other hand, we have Team 141 getting knocked out and eliminated from this match. Shahzil, his position was pretty good for him to pressure onto HR, but now other teams are onto him, so he had to leave that high ground.
69 pushing some pressure onto other teams. Team Blades is a bit low, but Pyro lost 1 of his teammates, but still they haven't really left the position they were in. And yeah, they're holding on to it. Even despite being down 1 player, they're just gonna hold there. But yeah, as you can see, once again, Team 69 putting a lot of pressure on Hellraisers, and you're gonna see if there are any actual knockdowns coming out of this interaction.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see, and especially as the fourth circle is now closing in within 5 seconds. Oh my god, what was that shot coming on to Hunter? And then hashtag Superboy, he tries to go in pretty risky onto those players, but he gets taken out in return. Adi, he has his grenade. He's just looking to see if there's any aggression coming out onto him. These teams are fighting down these tunnel areas, and this is the interesting thing about this circle, right? Especially in that shelter area, since you have these tunnels, that this network of tunnels that goes right below the entire map. So, but you have to be very careful about that, because if those entrances and exits get closed off because of the blue zone, then you can't really leave these tunnels anymore.
Yeah,
these
definitely. Claustrophobic tunnels, but oh well. They are definitely a horror to deal with. So, Team 69 still, regardless of the claustrophobia, decides to hide in the tunnels for now. But they do know they are up against hashtag. They have to be really careful from this entrance of the tunnel.
Yeah, and a last-ditch effort coming out from the Pyro's player right there. He did it pretty well, to be honest. And Kira, he is the last person surviving for Galaxy, and he's going to be able to get his entire squad up because they are relatively safe there at the moment. As the circle now closes in, it's going to push these teams closer and closer to each other, and they're going to have to engage each other. RTG Umar OP getting another kill. Myth Esports, their compound is getting pressured right now. Levy, what is he going to be able to do? Is he going to get his teammate up with reaction? He is chilling out here while his teammates are getting pressured. If this grenade can be landed onto Hacker, then he could do huge amount of damage, but then deciding not to throw it. Levy in reaction, it's going to be interesting to see how they end up playing it, and the grenade comes right on top of him. Reaction gets taken out and he gets no time to be able to react, but Hitman, Levy landing that grenade onto him, and he's going to be able to get that quick elimination. Myth, can they survive this? Can they survive this engagement? RTG Umar, he's getting revived at the moment as well. Levy, does he have the time to get reaction up just in time? Or RTG's Hacker, is that grenade going to finish everyone off from Myth Esports? And that's exactly what it looks like. The grenade was not able to finish them off, but the subsequent push from Hacker will eliminate Myth Esports at the 12th position from the server.
That's the encounters I was looking for. Myth Esports, finally we're seeing some underdog kills coming in. And in the meantime, if you notice, Team Negatives also got taken down. They're just eliminated, wiped out of nowhere. They're just in thin air now.
Yeah, they'll have to say goodbye to them from the server as well. But on the other hand, Team Xtreme, they are surviving at the moment. They have this very nice compound in the final few circles, which is just great positioning for them. So let's see if they're able to take that tactical advantage and convert it into a chicken dinner for their squad, because they do not have the greatest position within the placement as well. And then the next subsequent circle also favoring them. EXT Ninja just going wild onto Team 69's players there right now. And 69, they'll have to push into the circle in just a little while, and that is just much more miserable for them.
Kills coming in from Hellraisers. I'd say Team Xtreme Esports is in a really good position. But also are Hellraisers, because both of them have four of their squad members alive, which is a really good thing to have at this stage of the game. So there's a bit of hilly area in the middle, and Hellraisers are right on top of it. So they're gonna raise some health there. GPA Leo and HRNX finally finding some people. A lot of engagements are coming around all towards the map, but we aren't really able to see them because we have the cam on Hellraisers right now. 69 finally closing up on Hellraisers. They're being aggressive again, once again, for what they're known for, but they're still gonna take their time.
Yeah, Team 69, they do not want to rush it right now, especially with how close they are to securing those top 5 positions and getting those very crucial placement points. But Team Hellraisers, they're not going to let it happen that easily either. They are at the edge of the circle. They have very good positioning right now, but Team 69, I think these two teams are going to have to push on towards each other. Goat from Team Step Family, he has to be careful right now.
Yep, taking a lot of damage from Psych. There's the nade. There's another nade. I think it's going to land right on top of him, and maybe not, but still does a lot of damage to him. But the first hit kit timing was perfect enough, and he is completely healed again. Leo, though, with the nades again, they're just completely bombarding him with the nades they have, and he is in a tough position. Next, though, is going to find Zephyr, and next is going to find Blades as well, and next is going to find Novik. So that's a squad wipe, and perhaps Team 69 is out, or maybe not. Only one player remaining. And in the meantime, Team DLord and Xotics is gonna be taken out of the map as well.
Sorry, excuse me over there. 69 Esports, they do get eliminated from there. So Team Hellraisers, they definitely are raising hell at the moment for a lot of teams. With their high ground positioning, they're just making life miserable for all of the other teams that are present on the server. Hacker is in a great position right now, just trying to make sure that he can get some kills right now. And Goku pushing into this compound, just trying to clear these out. An RTG Hacker, he has to get up right now. He has to make sure that his teammate is able to revive him. And it looks much unlikely right now because Tag Sherry, that grenade coming on to Xtreme Vision just takes him out. That was such a picture perfect grenade, realizing the positioning of that player and just doing him dirty right over there. Race just trying to push in. Vanilla,
Tag
one of the
just
players.
goes in, and there's Xtreme Esports out. That's really it about for them.
Yeah,
So
Xtreme Esports getting eliminated at the 4th position. We have the top 3 teams right now. Team Tag and Team HR. They both have 4 members alive at the moment. It's going to be interesting on how they end up approaching this next circle. Team Tag, because they have to leave the cover. The blue zone is going to push them out of these compounds, try to make them a little bit. And Team HR, they're in a great position to be able to punish them.
Definitely. So Team Tag, they did really well against Xtreme Esports, and would you look at that, Team GPA being taken out of the map as well. They were performing so good. But now they're not really doing it. So Thrice is going to tag next a lot, the next player who took down Team 69 all alone with that army. But he's going to take a lot of damage from one of the Hellraisers players who's on a slightly different angle and got a sight on him and take him down and missed no opportunity to take him down. And yeah, that's really it. That's going to put Tag down a bit, and they have to reconsider their choices by not going all out. They're gonna go back a little towards the house, and which Goku is just leaving. It's a mix-up right now. Goku is gonna be taken down by Romeo as well. Popo coming back into the play. Rice, who did not get revived, is gonna be taken down as well. Next finding Goku as well, so it's just maybe Sherry.
Yeah, Cherry is down at the moment. I think his teammates will be able to revive him, but that positioning is just going to be very bad for them because in the next 50 seconds, as the zone is going to push up on them and make them head on over towards Hellraisers, Team Hellraisers have just been able to secure a much nicer position within the circle. So I do not think that Team Tag have any chances of winning this, but I hope that they end up proving me wrong. Team Hellraisers, they're just pushing on to them, and there it is. They're able to secure that chicken dinner. I think Team Hellraisers, 2 games in a row, all are able to get that chicken dinner.
They sure did, and that is amazing performances by them. And think of how high this would put them on the rankings. They might just be on the path to winning the semifinals, or at least making them getting themselves into a really good spot.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that, especially with the overall ranking. I think they were at the number 5th position coming on after that 2nd game, right? Where they were able to secure a chicken dinner. But now another game, 2 back-to-back games where they're able to get that chicken dinner. And it's not like they were playing extremely passively throughout the game, right? They had their aggression happening. It's just that with the last few circles, I think they were just able to get a very pivotal position on top of that hill. And they were just able to utilize that much nicer and just translate that into a victory. So just props to Hellraisers. The way that they've been playing in the past two games definitely proves that they're a top tier team that is in it to be able to win it. But we're going to go on a short break. You guys make sure you guys don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back afterwards. Championship semi-final. We are back. We've already have 3 games being played here, and holla, what a performance coming out from Team Hellraisers. They've gone and won 2 back-to-back chicken dinners on the semi-final day one.
Yep, they definitely have, and that is an amazing performance coming in from them. But I'm kind of sad for Team GPA here because, as you know, they're a really good team, right? And not being able to get to the end stages of the game is kind of saddening moment for them because I do expect better performance coming in from them, and they're just not able to get it somehow. But we still have 2 maps remaining, so we might be able to see them coming
सेम
up
तो नहीं कहूंगा.
the rankings a bit.
Yeah, well, speaking of our winners right now, Team Hellraisers, they are definitely. So, as I was saying, that they were at overall rankings were number 5 before this game. So, after securing that chicken dinner, another chicken dinner, and getting 16 elimination points, that is a lot of elimination points. That is the same amount of elimination points that you would get from placement from winning that chicken dinner. So, sort of just doubling their lead
Doubling.
across that one game, right? So they definitely well deserved that first position and their MVP. MVP is next at the moment with 7 eliminations. Not a lot of damage. 900 is a lot of damage, obviously, don't get me wrong, but not as much damage as you would
Yeah.
generally expect from someone who is the MVP and has 7 eliminations at that point.
So with 6 knockouts and 3 assists, well, we've been seeing like MVPs with 2 assists or at most 1 assist, 2 assists. But now we're finally seeing the number going up a little, and we're gonna be having next with 3 assists. And now we have the overall stats of the last game we just saw. So with 55 eliminations and around 8k total healing, 66 knockouts, and considerably more util usage this time around, and 13 total headshots with 25 total rescues. And the longest shot was taken by Myth Levi at 381 meters across the map.
Yeah, that is one long shot coming out from Levi, and just a lot of rescues coming out within this game as well. Generally, I think the util usage has been up to the mark, something that we expect on this game, and just generally on a map like Erangel, right, where this team just make sure that they end up using a lot of that utility to their advantage to make sure that the tide turns. Looking at the match summary, we just see one player dominating the charts all across, and that is Next. He had the highest amount of kills, he has the highest amount of damage, highest amount of assists, highest amount of knockouts as well. And the only thing that he was well behind was in the range for that longest elimination, which is a great stat to have, right? But it's, I feel like, very inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. So next, with being having all the highest, stats across the map, I think it was he really got the advantage when he took the fight with the Team 69 because he just wiped out 3 players out cold in a moment. I just saw 3 players of 69 just get taken out by Next, which was amazing to watch. But we didn't really get to watch it, but we still get to see it in the feed.
Yeah, that was just a dominant performance coming out from Hellraisers just in general, right? Throughout that entire game, they were just well raising hell, right? Staying
Yep.
true to their name, just staying true to their purpose, making sure the life became very miserable for all of the other squads that were present on the server, and just a dominating performance coming out from them. So you have to give props to Hellraisers with the way that they've been playing, and I'm just interested to see how they end up doing in this game number 4. Are they going to be able to win another chicken dinner? So we're going to have all of those questions answered when we go on towards that game number 4. Right now, let's look at the match ranking for this game. Well, Hellraisers at top, 31 total points, 15 from placement, 16 from elimination. Just a very dominating performance coming out from them. On the other point, we have the Angry Gamers. They had 12 placement points, 9 eliminations, and then total 21 points accumulated across that. Team GPA, we're talking about the aggressors on this map. They had 5 kills, and then finally getting eliminated on the 3rd position gives them a decent amount of placement points.
So following that, we have Team GPA who've kind of lost their pace over time now, but still they're not doing really bad because, as you know, being on the 3rd position in a match is not bad at all. With 10 placement points, 5 eliminations, and a total of 15 points. Following that are Xtreme, Road to Glory, and etc. All the teams you saw on the screen just now.
Yeah, and let's talk about that elimination and damage graph that we have coming out here. Team Hellraisers, they definitely drained hell on all of the teams in this game. 2.4 thousand damage dealt from them, and then 16 eliminations that they were able to secure across that. So that really showed that the shots that they were taking, the damage that they were dealing to these players, it was just very consequential in terms of the fact that they were able to convert all of that into actual kills. Team Tag coming out with 1.3k damage, 9 eliminations. That is a huge amount of elimination as well. Team GPA 5 eliminations, 1.2 thousand damage dealt, and then we have the rest of the teams. With Team 69 again being extremely aggressive on the map, getting 1.54 thousand damage dealt, but then not a lot of conversion in kills. Overall rankings, Holler, over to you.
So we have overall rankings with Hellraisers still being, well, I think they've gained their position from a bit lower position, and now they're on the top with having 2 chicken dinners under their belt and a total of 56 points. Team GPA losing their position a bit, coming down to only 50 points with 50 points, not bad. I think the other teams still have a lot to catch on to come close to Team GPA, but still they have to pick up the pace to go even higher, perhaps, maintain their position. Now, and after that, we have hashtag esports. Total of 38 points and 34, 31. We have them all going. Point to be noted though, Myth Esports and Pyro. These two teams were really looking. They were looking really good at the start, but now they're not. They're at fifth and sixth positions, so they have almost 20 or 25 points to catch on to get back onto the first or the at least to the top three.
Yeah, and the most important thing for these teams right now is that they're able to get across this semi-final stage, right? So our top 9 teams, after we have the day 3 of semi-finals ending, are going to be qualifying for the next stage, right? For the finals. So it's just very important that these teams just try to make sure that they are at least present within that top 9 position. So Team Xtreme Esports are at that 9th position, that final qualifying position with 14 points right now. Team Road to Glory, they're not that behind with 13. DLord at 12, Galaxy Esports at 10, Team 141 at 9, Seven Sins at 9, Steph Family at 6, and REDZONE Esports at 5. So right now, since we've only had 3 games being played, so there's just a lot of competition on the second page within all of these teams, right? Where they're just behind each other with like a margin of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 points at the maximum, right? So it's just going to be very interesting to see on how these teams are able to bridge that gap as we have semifinals day number 1 ending, 2 ending, and then finally day number 3 ending. But guys, make sure that you do participate in the PUBG Mobile tournament in the stream, and then we have 20 mobile phones that are being given away on the stream, right? So I think most of the winners are, or the winner gets announced at the end of each stream, so you make sure that you stick around for that.
20 mobile phone, definitely something to look forward to. And we have another giveaway that is 14 AirPods and 3 Apple Watch, for which the deadline has been extended to 16th. So make sure you follow us on our socials and participate in this giveaway.
Yeah, guys, so make sure that you are present on the socials so that you can participate in the giveaways, because it would be pretty sad if we have things to give away and no one's there to claim them. That's just not very nice. I think getting something for free has to be one of the finer pleasures that there exist within life.
Definitely.
And yeah, you just guys make sure that you're not missing out on that. So yeah, coming back to the games that we've had here, I think we've had 3 very action-packed games being played with the way that things have been going. Team Myth Esports, they were able to secure that first chicken dinner with 10 eliminations. That is not at all a bad number. But then after that, in game number 2 and 3, we saw Myth Esports not doing as well, because Hellraisers are just taking over. They have taken over this day number 1, winning the second game with 8 eliminations, and then winning the third game with 16 eliminations. So that is a significant amount of eliminations coming out from Hellraisers, and just a overall very dominant performance from Hellraisers. What do you think, Holler? Do you think they'll be able to maintain that momentum, that speed, that intensity, that ferocity into game number 4? Sorry.
I mean, it'd be very cool if you just everything you just listed. If they do maintain it, it'd be very cool for Hellraisers, and it'd be amazing. And obviously, that's gonna put them in an undefeatable, unbeatable spot on the rankings, and they will just, I mean, sure, the qualifying spot is number nine, but still being on the top is just a different kind of feeling. Of at least being in the top three is a different vibe. So if they're able to maintain it, it'd be really good for them.
Yeah, especially when you're going to take when the top nine teams are going to qualify, right? So you've already been playing with eight other teams that exist within your group when you're going to go into that finals. So I think that just really does a lot for your mentality as a team and for your confidence, because that's just going to put that your confidence is just going to skyrocket after that. If you're going to qualify across the semifinals as the first team, and then you have a few chicken dinners under your belt as well, so you're going to understand that, okay, sure, these teams are pretty good, but we're just better than them at the end of the day. So that's just going to be interesting to see. But something that's just more interesting right now is going to be game number 4, which is going to be played on Sanhok, right? So Sanhok is probably, obviously, when we talk about the maps that are present in the competitive pool, out of all of the 3 maps, I think this is the most interesting map to be playing on, right? Because the way the rest of the maps work, sure, the pacing is pretty similar between Erangel and Miramar. Miramar is a bit bigger than Erangel. There's some difference, but sure, it's pretty similar. You can sort of group those 2 maps together. But when you talk about Sanhok, there's this completely different dimension of play coming in, right? Where the map is just not that big that you can sort of rely on finding those secluded towns and small clumps of buildings all around where you can, start looting and get a momentum going. It's very probable that you're going to run across another team running pretty close to you. So you sort of have to be ready from the get-go.
So we're gonna be heading on to Sanhok in any moment. Like it's gonna be starting any moment now. But still, Sanhok is a map famous, as I mentioned at the very very start, for snakes, for being a snake. And if you can master the art of being a snake, you might just be undefeatable on this map. But that's not really all that goes down on this map because it's a pretty small map, right? And a pretty small map means pretty close quarters fights, and that's really what we will hopefully, at least we will see this see go we will hopefully see this go down on the map.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to a lot of close range engagements coming out between these teams, and yeah, a lot of snakery, I would like to call it, where the teams just being prone, lying on their bellies, trying to ensure that the grass around them just gives them enough cover and just keeps them hidden from the view of all of the opposing players that exist on the server. So that's just what they're going to try to do. Try to crawl their way around on the entire map, kind of like snakes, ensuring that they can stay alive and come into those top few positions. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams end up approaching this, because I think this is the first time that the teams are going to be playing on Sanhok together, especially this bunch. So just trying to sort of figure each of the strategies out. What areas, what regions does one team prefer, or does the other team try to gravitate toward? Those things are going to be very interesting to see. So we're going to see all of this action getting played out on Sanhok in just a bit. But just generally, Sanhok, since the vehicles aren't really that big on the map, or sure, they're definitely there, but the teams are probably not going to prefer to use their vehicles. And then the added element of the third party surprises, right? Where 2 squads are just engaging with each other, they're just trying to fight it out, they're just trying to survive, they're just trying to make sure that they're able to eliminate the other squad, and you're done after that engagement. Well, you're not, because there's probably a third squad that if they're not already out there bouncing on you, well, then you can make sure that they definitely heard that engagement from further away and they're already aware. And PUBG, for the most part, ends up becoming a game of information, right? It's a game of information. Who has the better information? Who has a better understanding of where the engagements are happening, where the other squads are located, especially when this happens. So in a smaller scale map like Sanhok, things just become much more difficult.
Definitely, as you mentioned, that PUBG is a game of tactical. Any game that is based, I mean, tactical FPSs or games like PUBG, they're all based on that tacticality. And information is really everything. So we're gonna see how these players are gonna play around with that information they're getting from the other players.
Yeah, and without mentioning anything else, I think that the plane has taken off. We do have game number 4 live on Sanhok at the moment. The plane taking a very standard trajectory, going from the left side of the map towards the right, sort of giving the teams the option to be able to go anywhere that they would like to, just going towards their preferred locations on the map, right? So we already see the teams taking off. Some teams are deciding to stick a bit longer. So Camp Bravo, Paradise Resort, Haten, Tatmok, Cow, all of these areas, we're going to expect a lot of action towards them. Query, just general areas, general standard drop location on the map. Something that we're not expecting is a lot of teams landing very close to each other and then just giving each other very tough competition, especially early on.
Which we aren't really seeing happening because, as you can see, all the players are really spread out all across the map. And there we have it, the first circle on the map, which is pretty on the northern side, and it might just end up being on that island, which is on the northwestern side of the map. And it'll be really interesting to see if it does happen because, if it goes on that island, you have bridges to cross, and which are hell, but not really as long as the bridges on Erangel, but they are bridges and you have to cross them. So it's going to be a hassle. But as of now, players are just going to be looting for themselves and not really getting into any fights, hopefully as soon. But when you look at that, one of the players from Xtreme Esports is just in the den of GPA. He's around 2 GPA players. It is going to be a bit of a task for him to get out of that pinch.
Yeah, he has to make sure that he can survive outside of there. And Clasher, I think there was a grenade thrown at him, so I guess his location has been given away at the moment. These players are very well aware of his positioning, and they know that we have an imposter amongst us. So that Molotov is going to sort of force him out of there. Clasher, yeah, pretty close to that. Burning, taking some damage from there, and I think Clasher is not going to be long for this server anymore.
Definitely, but still, would you look at that? There is Xtreme Esports coming in on fire to help his teammate, but okay, Sight did try to get an upper hand on the 2 players, but didn't really get any shot landed. Fletcher is down, waiting for his teammates to come close, but before that happens, Leo is going to finish him off. So that's 1 player down off of Xtreme Esports XY Gen already. So Team GPA with 1 elimination already into the game, they are well off.
Yeah, they're definitely off to a great start, especially since Team HR and GPA, there's only 5 points separating the two squads on this server right now, right? When it comes to the placement within the tournament, they're just 5 points away from each other. So these 2 squads, they're going to be very intense. There's going to be a lot of ferocity coming out from them that we can expect within this game, right? Just trying to make sure that they can survive and that they can get those points from placement. And so, because again, we have to reiterate for our viewers that they're the top 9 teams at the end of semi-finals day number 3 are going to be making their way into the finals.
Definitely, you got to ensure yourself that you are in the top 9 so that you qualify. So, Team GPA, after taking down that 1 player from Xtreme Esports, are in a pretty chilly mood now. They're just looting around. They probably do know that there is anyone around, but still, Tag Sherry, I think, is the only player that is close to them. But they don't really need to worry about him as of now because he is still considerably far away. So, Team GPA off to a good start. They're just looting as of now. Team Step really gathered around as well, and no really other action to be seen on the map. It's pretty calm.
Yeah, it is pretty calm. I think it feels like it's sort of that calm before the storm.
Yes.
Yeah, before that's going to hit and everything's just going to hit the ceiling. Honestly, when it comes to this map, and everything just gets super wild, super extreme. But not right now though. Step Family, talking about this team, they definitely showed us very strong footing within the group stages, and we saw what this team was capable of. But I'd say that they've been running into some bad luck within the last few games that they've been playing, where things have not sort of gone their way, to say, as to how they were expecting them to, at least. But Team Galaxy stand.
Yep. And it already deals a lot of damage to Rafe. Rafe is down to half HP and barely escapes. If Sam had a better sight on him, he might have been able to just take him down right away. But still, I don't think Rafe is gonna let him see him again, and he's probably in a safe position now. So Sam, giving his position away, has to be careful so that he doesn't get backfired on him.
Yeah, he has to be careful that he does not get backstabbed, and like, and the rest of the teams that are pretty close by do not figure out where is he. But right now, they're perfectly fine. Team Hellraisers, they're already trying to be the aggressors onto another team, using that water to be able to rotate into this area, and just trying to keep their. So this is something that I really love about Hellraisers, right? You can see how careful they are being because they've stepped into this new area. So the first assumption from Team Hellraisers is not that this area is clear, or that is not that there are no enemies close on this area. What they're doing is they're sort of going on with that process of elimination, right? Where they're sort of looking at each building, trying to stay behind cover, and until or unless proven otherwise that that area is safe, they're just assuming that there are going to be enemies there.
Really a smart take to have, definitely just approaching everything really so carefully. But Team for one, they're kind of doing the same approach as Hellraisers. They're being really careful despite knowing that there's probably no one, right? So as we were talking about Pyro and 69, what I've noticed from these teams, same goes for Step Family, that they've been having a lot of damage but not enough eliminations to put them on a good spot. So that's something that's been putting them off. So I think they really need to step down their game to being a bit less aggressive, perhaps, to maybe, get them down to the final zones of the game.
Yeah, and I guess that's where sort of that trigger discipline comes into play. But there's no trigger discipline right now because Rafi just got knocked down by the players from Team Myth, I believe that was, or was that a different squad?
I'm not too sure, but that did happen, and Rafa is now down. But surely enough, the revive is going to come in as well.
Yeah, I think that was Galaxy Esports because they're pretty close by to them. So just, yeah, again, it's another squad, Galaxy, that you have to be very careful of because although they haven't had the best performance in the last 3 games or last few games, but they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. We saw them playing within the group stages that they were just, causing a lot of trouble for all the rest of the teams and just giving them an extremely hard time. On the other hand, the first circle has closed in. One of the teams is still within the blue zone. I'm not sure what they're doing over there, but they're just trying to, maybe figure out how to go on about the rest of the game. On the other hand, Dante Boy, he takes out Hitman.
Hitman is definitely down, and would you look at Umar OP? He is just taking 2 people down at the same time. Engaged, seeing 2 people on top of the fence, tries to get a shot on them, doesn't really land. Actually, he doesn't even land a single bullet on them. And now, having revealed his position, but along his teammates, RTG guys are probably really a lot more cautious about them.
Yeah, RTG, understanding that there are enemies that are closer by to them, so they'll have to be careful. And Bobby RZ, since he has been eliminated from Team RZ, so they'll have to be careful on how they end up engaging through the rest of the game onto the different squads that are sort of going to be there. And we sort of end up, if we're able to get a good visual onto the circle, that will be very interesting to see how that circle is sort of shaping up, especially after that first circle that we saw. So I think it looks like it's a bit more of a standard rotation coming out for the circle, especially with the direction that it's heading out to. But look at the teams right now. Holler, you can see the intensity has been ramped up now. The teams are not just going out and about and just randomly taking out engagements. They're being very careful. They're trying to optimize the usage of the cover to the best of their ability so that they're not out in the open, they're not getting shot at. Because sure, even if your player gets shot at, they're downed and you can get them up, you still ended up wasting resources. And I think time is the most important resource within this game.
Definitely, time is very important, and all the resources, other resources as well. So the zone is going to be finally closing in. There are some players outside the zone, but most of them are making their way inside. Team Negative and Hashtag are the only ones. Hashtag is actually really far behind to the northeastern side of the map. They have to come in. GPA also making their way back up because they just went really far away from where the plane trajectory was completely different from where they landed. But still, most of the team already having made their way inside the circle. Only a few left. They're going to be there as well. And since they are gathering around each other, we might see some engagements coming in. And this is going to be really interesting to see how this 1-for-1 Galaxy and as Negatives are just gathering around them, how this exactly will go.
Yeah, that's especially an area on the map that hot zone at the moment towards that northern Hathin area, right?
Yep.
But I think this is what I was talking about a bit earlier as well. That when it comes to these games and these rotations and these circles, right? So the really good teams might end up realizing that the western extreme of this new circle is probably going to be a safer zone to make your way into, and we might see those longer rotations coming out from these teams. But I hold those thoughts at the moment because right now, Myth Esports is engaging Team Step right now, and Harris seems to be the last member surviving for Team Step because the other two have been knocked out. And on the other hand, Rafe takes a grenade from Marwan and he gets knocked out as well.
Levi cooking the nades, and there is the nade on Harris. Perfect kill. You see the person tries to fire a few bullets in them, but that nade was enough. Myth with the perfect utility uses. 2 people knocked out by Myth players with just nade, and Levi's gonna go and finish off Step Good as well. A lot of engagements coming in. Myth is just completely exploding around this area. They are dominant. They're not letting anyone inside without their permission.
They definitely are not letting anyone outside. I think it's sort of like they've set up a parameter and they're just going to ensure that no one else can come here. Marwan taking out Rafe, who had already been knocked by him earlier, and Sam, they're sort of pushing through, trying to scout out if there are any other players that are close by that exist, and they found one. They found a rat hiding in one of the huts, and that is Husni, who takes his shotgun to Waki's face and just knocks him down for a moment.
Husni not really in a good spot. He just got stumbled. He just got pinched out there. He couldn't do anything, to be honest. And Galaxy now having control of that area. 141-7. This one. What's that name? It's just numbers. 188-1. So he's gonna come back up for his teammate where he died, and perhaps get a kill or two, because I think team is 141 is down to perhaps 1 or 2 members alive only.
Yeah, that has got to hurt for them, and that is going to hurt them even further, especially as they go into this game further on. Just trying to ensure that they, just not having those numbers for them, for those squad members that needed to be there, so that they can sort of make the game easier for them right now. But as you can see, four squads are within that blue zone as this second circle is now coming to a close. Huge amount of points accumulated by these teams. HR, GPA, Hash are the teams that we have to look out for because they are present at the top of the leaderboard. Daniel, he sees Nobix from 69 Esports, and he's not afraid to take a few shots at him. But Daniel has to be careful because right now he does not have the most amount of healing or HP at the moment, right? So if he gets shot at, if there's just one stray bullet lands on his head, then that could be the end for him right now.
Yep, ironically enough, all the top 3 teams were in the circle, but that's not really the case here. Hashtag and Hellraisers are going to come back inside the circle as well. And as you can see, the safe zone is actually forming around a bridge, around Camp Alpha and Ruins. It's connecting 2 islands together, and it's going to be a fight. Perhaps it could go towards Camp Alpha, or it could also come towards Ruins. So we're going to see where it ends up. But there's a very minor chance that it might end up near the bridge, or maybe even on the bridge. That'll be really, this map might just end in a really interesting ending.
Yeah, that will be really interesting, right? Especially if it has some water teams electing to go into the water and just trying to stay alive under it for as long as they can. Right now, with the way the circle's shaping up, Myth Esports, they're already close to a bridge, and I think it's just the decision for them right now. Do they end up deciding the bridge right now and going on towards the island, to sort of converting towards the other island, or do they end up camping that bridge? Well, it's going to be interesting to see because reaction from Myth has been knocked out, and Team Myth was not expecting that. I think it's Team Tag that is sort of engaging with them over the longer distance.
Really not in a good spot. It's just reaction knocked down as for now, but Team Myth, they can eventually get into a bad spot, but still they're camping around the bridge. As I said, that the zone might be near the bridge, who knows. So Team Myth already taking their position near the bridge, and they're gonna just wait it out. But still, some engagements coming in. DLord players are fighting with the negatives. 1 player down, that's 2 knocked out, but the negative Shahir is still alive. So DLord is gonna give revive one of his teammates, and still a lot of engagements all around the map. It's DLord, negatives, 141, all of them fighting all at the same time. one of the players cooking nades though. This can end in a very interesting ending. That nade completely missed, but I don't think that he is gonna miss as well. That nade might do a lot of damage. He's the only one alive. He's also taking damage from the safe zone. He needs to get out. But
Yeah, Ibby has to be careful right now because he is sort of making a play for his team right now, but he is in the blue zone and he is continuing to take more and more damage, especially his opponents, because there is strength in numbers. There exist multiple, since they have multiple team members, so it's sort of just on him to be able to clash it out and win it for the rest of his team. He has to be careful. Hashtag, they have multiple members, but on the other side, Kira, he spots Ibby out through the window and is just causing a lot of damage onto him. Hadi's grenade is going to take care of Ibby, and he gets eliminated. But now Team Hashtag is not at all in a good position. They are taking pressure and damage from the blue zone, and then there's another team already camping them from the outside. GPA on the other side is present in ruins, and Team Tag, they have taken control of this entire area. So GPA has to be careful in how he goes on with this engagement.
Hellraisers still not inside the circle. GPA with only 2 members alive, scoping on to enemies still. Like, even if there are 2 people alive, what does it matter? They can still win, right? There are 2 really hefty individuals. So, we're gonna see how this goes. The action has kind of, slowed down, but still, as you can see, there's a cluster of actually 4 teams really close to each other. Myth, Tag, RTG, and RC. They're really close to each other. They might contest for the bridge control. They don't really want to let anyone cross the bridge, and Myth seems to be the one to already do it first. So this will prove to be a challenge for all the other teams who will try to cross the bridge. So it's going to be GPA and other 3 teams across GPA. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, sorry. So I thought with the amount that Negative's player Buzzet had fell from up there, I thought he might end up getting knocked out, but Buzzet was not expecting another squad to be waiting for him right over there, and that's exactly what happens. DLord Rage sees a random player jumping down on him, takes him out, and Daniel, on the other hand, he's raining hell on Hellraisers at the moment. He's able to knock out one of their team members, Romeo YT, but next is trying to get into position to try to get him up, but this is a classic case of save your friend syndrome, where I think with the low HP that Next had, he might end up getting eliminated as well. And this is the issue, right? This is the play. If you wait for that blue zone too much and someone just camps you out with the way Daniel is doing so right now, things become extremely difficult for you.
Definitely. DLord giving a lot of damage. Romeo tries to get out and runs back to where he started from right away. And Hellraisers, they're in a bit of a tough position right now. With having one player knocked, DLord is completely pressuring them all time. He's not letting them go. 3 players and they can't do anything against one. Just 1 bullet at a time. He's taking it nice and slow. He sees one of the Hellraisers players escaping, but sadly he can't really do much about it. But a lot of damage done by him, and that's all he honestly had to really do.
Yeah, Team Hellraisers, they just, I think there's this sort of bad luck happening for them at the moment, right? Where they had 3 squad members alive, full up and healthy. One of them gets knocked out. Next tries and goes and saves one of his teammates, and then subsequently the entire squad gets eliminated because Hofo, their last member alive, has now been eliminated as well. To Team Hellraisers, sort of an unceremonious exit for them from this game, not what we were expecting from them. On the other hand, for the rest of the teams, this blue zone is now causing a lot of issues.
Maybe Sanhok is just isn't their map. Who knows?
Yeah, it's not like there are certain maps that have a different pacing, right, that you're not much more familiar on. But Sherry, he's trying to push his way into the circle, and he causes a lot of damage. He's able to eliminate with the joke. Just great gameplay coming out from him when it comes to that shotgun and Tag Rice. He has to get that first aid kit off because that blue zone is causing a lot of damage, but his positioning, Myth is not expecting this. Captain gets shot down. He's going to get eliminated as well very briefly, and now Reaction is in trouble as well. Levi, he's the only person surviving right now, and Myth's strategy to camp the edge of that bridge did not work out for them.
It all comes down to Rice. He's applying and first aid out in the open. 2 players from Myth already knocked down. It's really down to Levi versus Rice right now, and they both will be the decider on this engagement. He does get a shot on Levi. Both of them are almost the same HP. Blue Zone is still patting Rice every moment, every passing second, and he's closing on to Levi. Not a lot of HP left, and there is Levi taking him down, and he might be able to provide some support from his team. But still, there's Pop alive right on the bridge. He was looking from everything from the top, but he couldn't really get a shot on Levi because he's still behind a rock.
Yeah, and the issue with Pop is he has no first aid. Bandages, he can keep his SP up, but not for long. And on the other side, 7 Sins, he gets knocked out. He's going to get eliminated. Drop shot. They're very star player. He'll be able to carry things up for them. He's going to use his shotgun. He's trying. He has very low HP, and I think that is going to spell the end for him. He can't get his first aid kit off, and yeah, that makes quick work of them. Team Galaxy, Sam, he's trying to make his way into the circle, and he's the last alive player for them. The circle isn't very far away, and he does have 4 first aid kits, but he's going to have to make sure that he applies them over and over again at the right time.
Oh, I love these ghillie suits, but yes, he might just not be able to survive to keep it on him. Still, Team Negatives holding on to a house right now. Team Extreme's right in front of them in the house, parallel to them, so we might see a fight coming in between the two of them, but still, they're playing it really slow. Still, though, on their eastern side, Team Myth is coming in, and Somali use it from Xtreme, which is gonna set Zero on fire, and he's still on fire, takes out a first aid kit. He probably will have enough time to put it on, because he's already safe from the fire, but not for too long, because another nade is gonna be following it. A lot of Udals coming in. There's another Molly. I don't think it will hit Zero. It doesn't. He's safe for now, but he takes out a smoke. He decides to make his way out of there calmly.
Yeah, he's going to try to make his way outside of here. Team Negatives, they're down to 2 members right now, and Team 69 is just in a great position right above them on that hill. And Shahir, understanding that his teammate is in pressure and that grenade should be, or that Molotov should be finishing him off. Zero, but Zero, not before he can take one of their own at the moment. He gets knocked down as well, and then Shahir, he's just getting pressured from both sides now. I don't think he's going to be long for this world unless he can find a very nice spot, which he does here, and if he can get that first aid kit off, he's going to make things very hard for Team 7 ENG, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. And Nubix helping him sort of out from above. He's looking, sort of acting like his guardian angel, and Ninja, this grenade is just going to make things extremely
Will it
difficult.
even be on spot? It is spot on. It doesn't really do a lot of damage, but he doesn't need that because he has an M4 A1S, just an A1 in his bag. He's going to take him down with that and just throws a molly just in case to finish it off. You know, he wants to end it right away. He does have an idea about another player being right beneath him who is going to be Shahir. So we're going to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and the interesting thing with 69 Esports is, right, like if the circle goes towards that lower ground and they have to jump off of the cliff, so I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to survive that jump unless, you know, they do something really cool with the jumps that they're going to make and make sure that they can land onto nice things, right? But yeah, it's just going to be very interesting on how they can end up navigating this. I'm just looking forward to a very interesting circle, right? I just want a lot of mayhem coming out here.
It's come down to what you mentioned. It is the battle of healings, and Odin constantly applying first aids again and again, and he's only down to 2. And after this one, he's going to be down to only 1 health kit. And will he even have enough time? Because there are still 5 players remaining, right? And I think it's really over for him.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that is going to be the end for him. But Pyro Esports, they've got one more player rushing on towards 69 Esports, and that is not, he's not going to survive. He gets eliminated as well. Galaxy Sam is one player that we have alive. 69 Esports is an entire squad that we have alive. And I think the last player was from, yeah, the last player is just hiding right in that corner. The player that we saw from that earlier engagement, just making sure from negative Shahir that he can spend the most amount of time that he can staying alive. The next circle, 69 Esports, again, the circle is favoring them. So this has just become a very interesting outcome for this game, right? How it's sort of going to end up with all of these people that are alive within the circle, just trying to make sure that they can stay that way. But the rest of the 2 people that are lower ground, okay, Sam ends up taking out Shahir. He's the last survivor, and 69 Esports, all of these players now understand where this last player is. Sam, I don't think your grenade is going to reach anyone.
Yep, I don't think you can do it anymore.
I think he's going to succumb to the blue zone.
I think it's pretty much over for Sam. Well, he tried. Well, he kept the ghillie suit on for as long as he could, but it's really over for him now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be over for him. 69 Esports, a great showing coming out from them within this game. Really dominant in their performances, and we saw why Horror and I were talking about 69 Esports repeatedly, right? Because they are a squad that you sort of have to look out for. 69 Esports getting that chicken dinner on Sanhok, and I think some of it you has to be credited to that RNG, in the sense that the players that were present on the lower ground, right? Players that took the approach towards the circle from the lower side instead of that northern side or that upper side that 69 Esports decided to opt for were just not in for a good time because they had no way to make their to get to that upside. But taking nothing away from 69 Esports, a great showing from them in game number 4.
Yep, definitely a factor of randomness because there was no actual way of players knowing that where the circle is going to be. So, the players just decided to stay on the lower side, but it didn't really work out for them. And there wasn't really any actual way to go up as well. So, yeah, it just really costed them their lives. 69 being lucky. And so after this, I think we're going to take a break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Gentlemen, we welcome you back to the PUBG Mobile Championship. The semi-final is going on here. It was day number one. We've already done with 4 games right now, and we're going to head on over to game number 5. But before that, let's catch up with Holler right now and sort of gauge his experience. I think this is the first time he's been casting PUBG Mobile on such a huge scale. So Holler, how have you been liking it so far?
Well, if I were to be brutally honest, the first 3 games weren't really that interesting, right? It was just, play very calmly at the start and just kill everyone you have to at the end. But the previous game we just had, it was a bit of a bit of fresh air, So it was I don't know how fundamentally it was different, but it really just felt different because there were just so many things happening at the same time, so many engagements. Perhaps it's because Sanhok is just a really small map, and with the really, cinematic ending, with in
Yeah.
where the player was just stuck and he couldn't really do anything but to lose the game. It was a really fun game, honestly.
Yeah, it definitely was a really fun game, especially I think the interactions that we got to see on the bridge with Team Mytha sort of camping the bridge a bit early on, and then we saw how that magnanimously backfired for them, right? Where there was a team that was trying to pressure them and push onto them. There's just so many things happening all across, and that's exactly why we love this game, right? Because these interactions that happen all across the map, you have 16 teams that are just trying to survive, trying to battle it out to be the last winner, and then it's like so as compared to other games where the pacing of the game is very thought out, or not thought out but very well designed, in the sense that how you set up the map and how there are certain objectives in place. This is what we love about PUBG, right? There is just no set rules sort of in there. There's just only one rule, and that is that you have to be within this active circle and the active zone. So the rest is all up to everyone else, right? So you could be fighting 4 teams or 4 squads at the same time, or you could be a team if you're smart enough with your rotation. And I'm a firm believer of this, by the way. I believe that if your in-game leader is smart enough, if your team's smart enough, if you read the map smart enough, you could potentially not run into any teams until the very final circles. And I think ideally, with the amount of emphasis there is on the placement points that you're going to get, right, 15 points from being the chicken dinner winner, that's just going to be like, that is just a lot. I think that's the ideal way to go on about it.
I think so because 69 with their approach, trying to take as many eliminations as they can, and playing really aggressively, didn't really put them in a good spot for the first 3 maps. But on this fourth map, they did seem to be playing a bit less aggressively, which actually led them to get the chicken dinner, which is good for them because it'll put them in a good spot on the rankings. Hopefully, maybe gaining them a few spots. I don't really remember if they're in the top 9 or not already, but this is going to ensure, or perhaps at least give them a chance to get in the top 9 and qualify for the semifinals.
Yeah, this will definitely give them put them in a very good position. Again, because you just get 16 points straight up from winning, 15 points straight up from being that team that ends up securing that chicken dinner, right? That pivoted chicken dinner, that's just extremely important for you to be able to get that. And then the points that you get from that just puts you in a great position to be able to secure it for the rest of the game. So just talking about Team 69 Esports, let's talk about Team HR, right? They were sort of our favorites going on into this final game as well. We were sort of thinking that they could be able to get that chicken dinner once again. But Team HR, we saw sort of an unceremonious exit for them from the server. We're opting to rotate late into the circle, and I think something that you're a bit familiar with is save your friend syndrome coming to play, and how that just spelled the end for them within this game.
Pretty much. And yeah, as you said, we were really focusing on Hellraisers for now because, they got the 2 chicken dinners in the second and third map, and they were looking really strong. And they still have a pretty good position on the ranking. So we're going to be heading on to the last map, right? And this is going to be really the battle, especially among the teams that are below the top 9 rankings. Because if you noticed, when the last time the rankings were shown, the teams were actually really close. The points were like 10, 9, 8, and at most 5. So the difference is really negligible, and getting a chicken dinner or perhaps a lot of eliminations is going to prove really useful to them, and perhaps it might end up in them qualifying.
Yeah, definitely. So those differences in points, due to whatever reason, whether it's due to placement or whether it's due to eliminations, is just really going to keep keep changing that difference that exists within these teams. But right now, let's talk about 69 Esports. Their overall ranking is number 6 at the moment. Again, great performance coming out from them. And then they were able to secure 21 total points. So that is 6 elimination points coming out from them across that game. So that just puts them in a great position, right? Because as we were talking about the teams that were behind that number 9 spot, again, the last qualifying spot after the semifinals day number 3, we had a difference of 1 points with every subsequent position. So Team 69 securing 21 total points across one game just really ups them in that overall ranking and puts them in a great position. Uh, I think you'd like to talk about this MVP.
So we have MVP from Team Myth, who is going to be Levi this time with 5 eliminations and 700 damage. Not really a lot, but still pretty impressive. 5 knockouts and 2 assists. He is going to be the MVP for this game. I do remember him. I think all of these stats that are being shown here, I think he got them at the very start or at least in the middle stages of the game because, Team Myth wasn't there at the very final stages of the game. Obviously, they got taken down at the very start, but still impressive performance by Levi. Not really enough to get their team the chicken dinner they needed, but still it is going to be really good for him.
Yeah, that's something that we end up seeing very consistently from these high killing players, right? But then another thing that's very interesting is this overall stats graph, because on Sanhok, although it's the more smallest map, but this is the map that you end up seeing those heal battles end up happening on. So total healing, 16k healing, right? So if we just refresh or jog our viewers' memories for the last 3 games, I think we would average around 9,000, 8,000,
Pretty much, yeah.
7,000 healing. Yeah. So this time it's just almost as double. So that really goes to show that strategy is well alive right now within the teams, where they try to stay alive within the blue zone for the maximum amount of time possible, especially if you've lost multiple members in the beginning. But aside from that, the rest of the stats, they seem pretty standard.
So we're going to be having, 54 eliminations, not pretty standard, 60 total knockouts, 58 throws used, actually really a lot. That's much less than the throws we've seen on Erangel and other maps.
I think that could generally be attributed towards the fact that the duration of the games tend to be a bit shorter, and then since the map isn't huge, so you don't end up seeing that much smoke and utility being employed. On the other hand, if you look at the match summary, right, highest eliminations, Levi, again, highest damage, Levi, the highest amount of assists coming out from Joke, Levi with the longest elimination, and then the highest amount of knockouts again coming out from Levi. So if you were a viewer tuning in and you just look at this graph, you're not exactly sure how Team Myth did not end up winning this game. But that's just the thing, right? I think their decision to camp that end of the bridge is just something that came to bite them back.
And now we have the match rankings with 69 Esports being on the top, 15 placement points, 6 eliminations, and a total of 21 points, which is going to put them in a really good spot. And I think now they're at 6th position of the overall rankings. Moving on to the other teams, on number 2 and 3, we have Galaxy Esports and Myth Esports with a total of 16 and 14 points gained in the previous game. And moving on to you, Azus.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the teams, so we have to talk about the teams that exist on the lower end of this graph, right? Steph Family, 0 points. Team 141, they were only able to secure 1 point. GPA, 1 point. Hellraisers, right? Hellraisers. We saw what happened to Hellraisers in that game, right? Just I think a combination of bad decisions coming out from the squad as a whole, trying to save that one squad member, not realizing the Blue Zone's going to be pressuring them, and that things are going to become very difficult if they ended up and staying behind and saving that member. But that's exactly what they opted to do, and that resulted in them leaving the server a bit more quicker than what it was expected off of them. On the other hand, Myth Esports, they're becoming a bit more consistent again. Pyro, we're seeing them shine within this game. Looking at the eliminations and damage numbers here, Myth Esports, again, 10 kills, 1.6k damage. Team 69, only 800 damage, resulted in 6 kills for them. Galaxy, 4 kills, 746 damage. And on the other hand, Tag with 1.4k damage, and they were able to get 8 kills for themselves.
So looking at the damage of Team 141, this is something that's been consistent over time, as I mentioned for Team 69 as well. But this time they were actually able to get the chicken dinner, so they're out of this speculation. But still, Team 141 having 448 damage, but there's only one elimination. They're not being able to finish it off or actually play it strategically enough to put them in a good spot on the map, or either make them able to survive for much longer. But other than that, as you can see, the highest damages and eliminations are by Myth, Tag, and DL. So these teams have been. Wait, what's the team DL? I think they haven't been on the map really. They haven't really been abundant on that map match that much.
Yeah, and that's very surprising to see because again, DL was a team that we were sort of looking out for after that group stage performance. We knew that it was a team that we had to look at. But yeah, let's just put everything else on pause at the moment because we have the most important graph for this entire tournament coming up. The overall rankings after the match for Hellraisers, they are in that number one position even after that rough game that they just had, just maintaining their position, 58 total points. Team GP is sort of creeping up right behind them with 51 points, only 7-point difference between them. That's nothing major, not anything that cannot be covered in one game. Hashtag Esports have not won any chicken dinners today, but consistent performances coming out from them in terms of those placements. So 47, we consistently saw them finishing top 2, top 3, top 4, right? PMNC Esports, they have a chicken dinner secure for themselves already. Placement points 20, 25 eliminations. So we see a lot of aggression coming out from PMNC Esports. So they're at a decent position right now. But talking about that danger zone, right? That cutoff point, that point after which you will be sent home or you'll go to the finals and compete with the rest of the teams. Galaxy Esports, 26 points at that ninth position, and then after them is DLord Xotics, which is I'd say 7 points behind from them. So they've got a bit of a room to make up for, right?
So if you look at the teams that are on the 10th, 11th, and 12th position, the differences between their points are no more than only 3 points. So this is the map that's going to make the difference. Because let's say Road to Glory actually managed to get a chicken dinner. This is going to put them in a really good spot and actually end up qualifying for the semifinal. Same goes for Xtreme Esports and DLord. So that's what I was talking about when I said that this final map is going to matter a lot for all these teams. Because I don't think Step Family and teams like REDZONE Esports do have any real chance, because even if, let's say, Team 141 they get a chicken there, they can get into the semifinals. But REDZONE Esports or Step Family, they'll just end up on 26 points, which will be moot because they can't get into the top 9 anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for them. I'd say we never say never, especially when it comes to PUBG, right? Because do have 10 games remaining. So across those 10 games, I'm pretty sure Steph Family, REDZONE Esports, all of these teams are going to have multiple chances. Actually 10 games, 10 chances to be exact, to be able to cover up for that difference. Especially in games where Galaxy might not be able to do so well, or DLord might be a bit stagnant in terms of the points that they end up gaining. So Steph Family and REDZONE, they definitely have good chances to be able to make up for this. But currently, the way that they've been playing, the way that we saw them play today, it looks highly unlikely for them to be able to make up for that difference. So they'll have to end up stepping up their game, especially after this day. I feel like at the end of every day, right, the teams end up having a lot of information. They have the VODs that they can look at for the stream and sort of see what the other teams are doing differently. You can sort of study the rest of the teams that are present within your group at a very good or deep level, and then sort of adjust your own strategies, because Erangel is going to be played the 6 times more, right? Because 3 times tomorrow and then 3 times after on day number 3. So if you're going to be with the same 16 teams on the same map and you're going to play that map 6 times, so I think after seeing the 3 games that you played with them today, you're going to have a very good idea of what the rest of the teams are doing on that map. So it's just very important to generally go back to the drawing board. It's not over, right, till the fat lady sings. And I'm not sure if that's politically correct to say on stream anymore. But let's talk about that final game that we're going to have today. Match number 5. It's going to be played on Erangel. And this is something, right, that we've already seen. Team Hellraisers, they have a very good understanding of the map. They were dominant on the map on the second time that it was played today. 16 eliminations coming out from them. So we're going to see if they can sort of reciprocate that type of success that they had before, reproduce it, or are they going to falter to some other team that has sort of figured out how Hellraisers likes to play?
Hellraisers definitely, if they're gonna be able to get another win on this map or angle, which they already have before with the same teams, obviously you're doing it again and again and again. So it's gonna put them probably in the number one position. I think they're in the first already, and it's gonna ensure their top spot, which is obviously, as you mentioned, is gonna give them a motivation boost, and they're gonna feel really good about themselves. So just running down what exactly happened today in all the previous four matches. The first one was won by Myth. The second and the third was won by Hellraisers, and the fourth was won by 69, the underdogs. And now we're finally going to be moving towards the fifth, Erangel, once again, third time in the day, which is going to be contested by all the teams available today.
Yeah, these teams, they're everyone's pretty charged up. Everyone's pretty warmed up. Uh, all the mechanical skills, they are on point. The rotations, they've sort of understood how they end up playing on the map and how the rest of the teams play the map. So it's just going to be a bit interesting to see how these teams end up, going on about this map right now. They end up seeing what sort of areas that they want to rotate towards, what sort of things that they want to do. Just generally, Erangel is just a pleasure to watch, honestly, because one of the first maps that ever existed within this game. I'm pretty sure a lot of everyone has nostalgia associated with it, and for everyone, this usually ends up being the first map that they end up playing when they come to PUBG Mobile as a game. So just generally, a lot of a sense of familiarity with the map exists, right? It's just a sentiment that exists across the PUBG scene within every player. But it'll be interesting to see that do these players feel the same sort of nostalgia, or are they more, or sorry, if I would say that, do they have nostalgia when it comes to this map, or there's just a lot of nightmares or getting eliminated at different regions throughout the day to day?
Well, honestly, I'd say it's both because, as you mentioned, Erangel definitely is the essence of PUBG Mobile. It is the map that comes to mind when someone mentions PUBG Mobile, and it is also the map that I played for the first time when I first time got into PUBG Mobile. It's just really everything there is to PUBG. Even if you take out Sanhok, Miramar, and the other maps, if there's just PUBG, Erangel, PUBG will still continue to exist. It's really the map. And talking about nightmares, or I think it's really both, yeah, because you get to experience both type of things in a game, and we'll see which team gets to see which in today's final match.
Yeah, that is something I'm definitely looking forward to. Uh, just generally talking about something else when it comes to PUBG or just Erangel in general, is that when we look at the different towns that exist on this map, something very strong is that, and I'm very interested to see this today, that Pochinki is a town that is sort of present if you were to forcefully chalk out a center on Erangel, right? Pochinki is sort of somewhere that you would end up landing upon because you have that region towards the south as well. So Pochinki is sort of somewhat centered. So it's just very interesting to see that today teams have not been pretty aggressive towards each other when it comes to uh, Pochinki, where you only end up seeing one team landing there. So I'm just trying to sort of analyze, since I am the analyst on the segment, right? I'm just trying to analyze how these teams are sort of looking at Pochinki, where they're thinking that the sort of you know not heartbreak, but the sort of stress that comes by landing onto Pochinki and sort of being very close to a team very early on. Because, again, there's just a lot of RNG involved when two squads, 8 members land onto one specific area. And someone does not end up getting lucky with a gun very early on, so you can just has to feel bad. So I'm just trying to see if the teams think that it's just not worth it landing close to someone else so early on, as compared to the tactical advantage that you end up gaining from literally being at the center of the map, right? So it'll be very rare that you'll have a first circle that sort of leaves out Pochinki.
I've never seen that happen as well because obviously, as you mentioned, it's right in the center of the map. And the reason you said that we haven't seen a lot of teams go into Pochinki, and I think it's just I don't think it's a mutual agreement, right? I think it's just a misconception that it is obviously it's a hotspot when you're playing casual games, but in this competitive scenario, I think most of these teams that are present here today have sort of built up this misconceptions that it's a hotspot and we have to play safe. So let's not go there. And maybe it's just because of that. Can't really say the same for all of the teams, as you've seen. 69 has just been really explosive all around. So they might have been but I don't think, yeah, Pochinki has been really lonely. So this final map will be the one where we will see if anyone actually goes there or not, or we might just see a hotspot there. And even if not, despite all of that not happening, we might just see the final circle forming around Pochinki. So we might just see the final fights happening in Pochinki after all.
Yeah, the final fights, they do get favored for that Pochinki area, especially if the circle opts to close out around that area. So that is something that's very interesting to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the game ends up playing out on that map. But just generally, when you end up looking towards Erangel as a map and how things end up shaping up on it, sometimes that Rozhawk area ends up being very pivotal as well, because some people would prefer to call that the center or closer to the center. And there's something great about Rozhawk is that if you get that area right, it's right between Rozhawk and school, so it's a really hilly area with like that one tower in there. So sometimes we end up seeing a team that lands over towards Rozhawk, just sort of migrating over, going towards that tower, getting or just leaving one of their squad members there, because that's a great position to be able to spot out all of the other teams that are going to try to rotate around the map. So they're going to use vehicles, they're going to be running all across right in front of you. And then I think Yasne Polyana is sort of someplace that's very close by as well. And sorry, my PUBG map memory is not the best, honestly. I just keep forgetting things. But yeah, so just generally looking at the map, I think those are some very hot spots to always be looking out for in terms of how the teams are sort of looking at the map and what they're thinking about it, right?
Speaking of Yasnaya, of course, I do remember it on the map. It's always there. But I don't really remember exploring the areas of Yasnaya because, fun fact, I never really had a good device to play PUBG on because obviously it's a mobile game and I'm not really a fan of mobile phones. So yeah, when I went to that place, when I usually go to that place, it just makes my game lag like crazy. So I just avoid it all the time. So I don't remember Yasnaya at all. It's just a place I never go to.
Yeah, it definitely can be a bit taxing on your mobile device, right? Because Yasne Polyana, there's just like a huge clump of buildings there, just like so many buildings there. So I think with all of those things getting rendered on the mobile device, it's just technological limitations that still exist, unfortunately, till this day. But as things progress, I think we're going to get better towards them, and I think the game's becoming the games has gotten much more optimized now, right? I think it's in a great position for you to be able to just pick it up as a casual gamer. And usually for the most part, it doesn't really matter what mobile device you have, you're going to have a smooth experience with PUBG. But obviously if you want that edge, right, if you want that 90 hertz display or that 120 hertz display, so it sort of pays off to invest into a device that you'd be able to play the game on a much better competitive level. I'm pretty sure that all of these players have really great mobile devices that they're using. But yeah, that's obviously part of the equation, and that is your equipment, right? Any pro athlete, any athlete uh, has to make sure that they are not at a disadvantage in terms of the equipment or hardware that they're employing at their disposal. But I think that should not be the case within this game, especially when it comes to these teams. Most of these teams are sponsored, so and teams that are not already sponsored, I'm pretty sure they have invested some money into decent equipment, right? Because something that is very interesting that I had just never seen before, right, were thumb sleeves that
Yeah,
these
yeah, I
mobile
know these
gamers.
thingies. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because that was just such an interesting concept for me, because since I've been a gamer my entire life, honestly, and I've been around, like, we started from those Sega 16-bit,
Ye-
8-bit
I'm not that old,
days.
but yeah, I
Yeah,
get I get where
I
you're
I
coming.
know you might have a hard time relating to that, but
Yeah,
so it's just interesting to see the sort of products that have spawned around the gaming ecosystem, right, to make gaming easier. Because I understand, obviously, when you're using touch on your phone, so having those sleeves can be very interesting. I'm sorry, I'm just very fascinated by the idea of that product.
yeah. The way your face is lighting up talking about them, it shows
Yeah.
how much you're. So yeah, I mean they are pretty interesting though. Before those sleeves were around, I do remember people using any sort of I think any sort of powdery stuff, whatever you can find. That's gonna make your screen not sweaty at least, and it
Less
works.
friction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely. But I think that's also another interesting thing about just the free and open market, where just if people see that there's a need for a product and it exists, so just someone's going to come out and they're going to come out with it, and there we are. I'm not sure, but a certain organization that is very green in its nature, that creates a lot of products for gamers. I think they are now coming out with branded gaming sleeves and whatnot and all of those things. So, but yeah, that is enough chatter from us casters about gaming products and
gaming
whatnot.
sleeves.
So gaming sleeves, yeah. So we do have the last game for PUBG Mobile National Championship semifinals day 1 going live right now onto Erangel, and we are not going to keep you guys hostages, right? Let's just head on over to the game and let's see what the action is all about.
So we can see the plane trajectory is pretty on the southern side of the map, but still it is crossing over military base, which is going to be really interesting because we will get to see a lot of players dropping on that island. But the thing is, if a lot of players drop on that island, if the zone is not on that island, it's going to force the players to move out of that island. And that means crossing a bridge. And once again, as I've already talked about this in the previous games, crossing a bridge is really a sight to see. So we're going to see how this works out. Only one team going towards a military base and only one team dropping towards Novo. So that's not a lot of players. All of them are moving towards Milta Power or Milta Farm. And yeah, we can see a lot of drops coming in. So the plane has progressed a lot, and we can see some drops toward Quarry or Ferry Pier as well.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about this plane's trajectory is, right, when the plane is on one lower end of the map or higher end, whichever, that it really limits the reach of the teams in terms of the northern extreme of the map. So with this trajectory, right, we can sort of see that on the northern end, where Rozhok, Yasne Polyana, and Georgopol are areas that are almost never unlooted, right? It's almost never happens that you don't see a team heading on over there. But because of the way that this plane's initial trajectory was, it sort of forced these teams to clutter up much closer to each other. And right now we can see that towards the extremity of the northern end that a team is going for, I think it's going to be Ruins and Georgopol, or we might see one of the teams trying to head on over to Rozhok as well. But that's just the thing, right? We have so many of these teams that are still within the air at the moment. As you can see, one of the players is already trying to shoot the players in the air. So many of these teams that are still in the air parachuting over, while the rest have been on the ground for a while now. So I think that does end up making a bit of a difference towards the end.
Definitely, but as you can see, two players still in the lower irons, and that is definitely the zone which is now formed is definitely going to force them out. So as you can see, Hashtag and another team that is really up close towards the bridge that is close to Novo. So Team Hellraisers might just have a difficult time getting out of that bridge if Hashtag decides to hold on to that bridge for long enough. And if they go towards the other bridge, which is going to be taken up by RZ, perhaps, or probably because they're closer to it, it's going to be covered by them already. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting outcome to see how it ends.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get very interesting, especially something that I already foresee with the circle, right? I'm somewhat of a fortune teller myself, but that's a different profession for a different day. Something that's just interesting when it comes to the circle is that I don't see a lot of cover for the teams, especially when the circle ends up closing up, right? And it does not end up going towards the Georgopol area. If it goes very centrally towards that Gatka area. So that's where you have this significant lack of compounds or buildings that are genuinely there for cover. So later on within this game, I think we're going to see those ghillie suits coming into play. We're going to see those smoke grenades, those vehicles, just any way to make cover out of nothing. I think that's just going to be very pivotal for these teams later on within this game.
I've got to love the ghillie suits, definitely. I honestly get a really nice vibe from the ghillie suits. I don't know, it just looks so badass for some reason.
Don't they? Yeah, they look really badass, right?
For real.
It's got like like someone from. Well, okay, I don't think I should mention that.
Okay. Okay.
It's just very important to think about what you're going to say before you say it. It's something I've learned.
For sure. But for now, we're just looking at Galaxy Esports guys trying to find loot for themselves. Not a lot of good weapon, but we still see a DP28, an SMG in the hand of the other player. And yeah, they're off to a good start. They have the loots they need, the helmets, the armors they need. They are trying to find stuff for themselves.
They're just trying to make sure that they can put themselves in a decent position. Team 69 Esports, they have taken up on Pochinki right now. And again, it's a squad to look out for. They are number 6 in their overall rankings right now. So I'm pretty sure 69 Esports is also looking to overthrow the rest of the teams, whether it be Team Tag, Team Myth, Team Hash, Team GP, and Team HR that are above them within the rankings. Whereas Team HR, I'm pretty sure they're looking to sort of continue their dominant streak, which got broken on Sanhok, and I'm really sure that they're not happy about that at all.
Definitely. I'm loving how Team 69 is the only one around Pochinki. It's just so cool. And the fact that they're formed into a perfect square right now, which almost just broke. But yeah, it looked really nice to look at. Because that's all we can notice as of now, because there's really no action. All of the players are just busy looting their own stuff, going around, perhaps spot someone, maybe not. And yeah, that's all that is going on the map right now.
Yeah, so a bit of a slower paced game coming out from all of these teams, and I think this really ties in with sort of what we were discussing earlier, Holler, that towards the end of the day, since Erangel is now getting played for the third time, right?
Yep.
It's the 5th game.
Yep.
So the teams are a bit more settled in, right? They're a bit more settled into the meta of this lobby, I would say. This lobby being the 16 other teams or the 15 other teams that every team's playing with. So they sort of locked in the locations where they want to drop. They sort of locked in or understood where other teams want to drop, and now they're just sort of positioning themselves accordingly after that. But here, Gort, he can take a shot out to Shahir. He does end up taking that shot, but he's not able to land it. And now Shahir has to be careful. Shahir found himself a nice little bridge and got himself protected.
Yep, Shahir is definitely safe for now, but for how long, we will have to see. Another negative player coming up close to Goat, though. He might be trying to close up their distance and maybe perhaps take him out from a closer distance, because obviously he's noticed that the player is using a sniper. So why not just go up and close and take a straight head-on fight? But still, Saki taking a lot of damage, and that's going to hurt him a bit, but hopefully he's able to get himself in a cover.
Yeah, Saki trying to make sure that his positioning is a bit more better, but that there arrives the cavalry, right? Team Negative, they have 2 players that are right behind Team Step, or at least Saki over there, and Buzzet, he's getting shot at. There's a lot of smoke cover deployed at the moment, and he's going to try to use that to the best of his ability. Right here, they look pretty tough. Harris, he's just taking shot onto Buzzet, and Buzzet is about to get knocked down, but no, he's able to get himself behind cover before that could happen, and Harris just saw Buzzet as he went over that ridge.
After that engagement, all the teams are finally spreading out. Team Step family is decided to just, group up with each other and maybe set up themselves up for a better fight next time, because they didn't really lose anything. None of the team lost anything, but a lot of health points were lost, a lot of healings were lost, and that definitely does mean something. The zone is also closing in on 3 of the teams, Team GPA, Myth, and Tag. So I don't think they really have to worry about getting out of the zone, because the blue zone is just, it's the first few zones of the game, perhaps even the first. So it's not really going to damage them a lot.
Yeah, and to sort of talk about, sort of tie into what you were saying a bit earlier about resources being replenished, right? Another thing that you have to be careful about is the armor, right? So as you get shot at, the armor just sort of disintegrates over time, and it's just not as good as it was. So sure, you can get up, sure you can get your HP up, but then you have to spend more time either getting your armor back to sort of loot it, or if you're not going to do that, if you're not going to spend that time getting your armor fixed or getting better armor off of the ground, what's going to happen is that the subsequent fight that you're going to take, the subsequent engagement you're going to be in, you're just going to be at a disadvantage, especially if you're going up against someone whose armor is just at 100% HP. It's just going to make things difficult for you.
Yep, so we can finally see some engagements coming in. There were two player knocked at the same time, and now there are again Galaxy and Seven Sins. Seven Sins with one player dead already, and one player knocked on Galaxy side. So Galaxy is gonna be they're gonna have to take engagements against Seven Sins, and this is really interesting to see because Marwan does have cover, but he has to fight against two people who are legit out in the open. Drop shot already down, and his teammate Sakib is trying to provide cover for him, but he's gonna have to make some plays to get his player or teammate back up. Marvin already closing up the distance with the nades, the smokes. He's using them all tactically to clear all the spaces out. He is looking for everyone, but no, he just decided to go back, regroup with his team, and perhaps take them all at once.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the smarter thing for him to be able to do here, right? Galaxy Marwan trying to come at a different angle as well, but Dreams OP. There are players right in front of him trying to use his grenades, trying to land them onto these opponents. Saki, he knows where this grenade is going to come from, and Saki gets knocked down. A great grenade coming out from Dreams OP, making quick work out of Saki here, and then we could see another nade being cocked up. He knows where these players are. Haris, are you going to take damage from this grenade? You are. You just lost most of your HP. You could have been knocked out there, and Dream OP is trying to get behind cover, trying to make sure that he can make quick work out of Haris, because the amount of damage that he's already caused Haris is going to make this very difficult. Haris, if he can get that first aid kit off, maybe he can do something, but a grenade from Korg finishing off Saki? What?
Dream already decided to heal himself because, you know, Team Step Family is in a really bad position. All the players were damaged really bad. One of them were even knocked out. So they have one dead player, one knocked out, two only alive, and not really in good position because, as you can see, Goat just decides to get on the car, run away because he's low HP, but gets the fire from Umar. None of the bullets are really going to connect, and that's going to be it for Umar, taking a lot of damage. Not really died, but he has to get into cover because he knows if he doesn't, he's going to lose his life for it.
Yeah, Umar realizing that there was another player shooting right at him, deciding not to stay out in the open for any longer. I think that was a smarter thing to do there, but God, he just can't find a break right here. Just gets taken out. He was rotating over, and now there's Wolverine, the last player alive for Team Step family at the moment. The Team Step, again, one of those teams that were pretty lower down on the overall ranking. They were just pretty far behind everyone else, are now down to one player in this final game for day one.
Team Step really having a hard time here with only one player left, obviously. I don't think they really have any more chances. I guess, you know, the last player alive can just get some eliminations for style points, but they aren't really getting any ranking points.
Yeah, so at the same time, the action still continues. The team is trying to make sure that they can stay alive, get the maximum amount of placement points that are needed, or that are, you know, sort of available to them.
Yep, we can see an engagement coming in from Galaxy and DLord. Daniel and Alex, they are both in a house, but Galaxy Esports coming towards them. I don't know what exactly that nade was from Kira, but it was something. Perhaps it was a smoke to provide cover for his knocked out teammate, and he's gonna go to and at least try to revive him. So DLord closing up on the knocked out player perhaps, but no, they're just gonna run away. They don't really want to take the fight, and Kira has his way to just go in and get the revive in anytime now. Sam already goes the knocked out player. Gets off the car. Should be an easy enough revive because there's no one around, but just to be careful, he's gonna put out a smoke to just make himself covered enough.
Yeah, that cover is just extremely important, right? You do not want to get continually shot at while you're trying to get one of your teammates up, and that's just something that we are seeing happening here. Team GPA, they are losing some HP to the blue zone right now because they're just standing outside and they're just exposed for the most part. Team Hellraisers is trying to.
That's a lot of damage. Out. One player already tagged. Tears taking a lot of damage as well. That's two players knocked out on Hellraisers. Fofo dead already. It's all down to Next. What can he do?
Yeah, Next being the next player in line, Fofo is able to take out Zephyr right now. So 69 Esports. They've lost two players. They've been able to take out two players from Hellraisers, but then a nade coming out to Blade Easy. That does a lot of damage to him as well. And now, this is the game for anybody right now. Team Hellraisers deciding to pick up their down players. And on the other hand, Team 69 should be able to do the same. Oh no. No, they're not.
Yep, they might just not. So Shazil applying a first aid, and there's the nade fight that we always get to see. Blaze on fire. He's gonna run away. He doesn't want to take any more damage from any more nades. 69 trying to hold on to their position really badly, but Hashtag is gonna get the kill onto Nobix, and that's one player down. Hashtag Superboy finding Hellraisers Fofo as well. So that's some knockouts right there. Superboy once again finishing off Fofo as well.
Yeah, and that's just the thing, right? That's just the general threat that exists within PUBG, being third-partied by a team. HRNX played easy. He gets knocked down again, and 69 Esports, they do not look like they're in a great position within this game. Getting multiple players already knocked out. They might be able to get one of them up again, but then even after that, it's just going to be Shazil and this other player that he's going to be able to revive up. 69 Esports, this game is just not looking good for them. And then Team Hellraisers, they are not looking to light up. They are pressuring him right now. Is that a player that just passed right fast? No, that was the player that he just got up. And Galaxy Marwan, he is right in front of them here, throwing his grenade at Team Hellraisers, trying to get one of them to land. Tears, he's already been knocked down. Blade easy, he's surviving in there. He's just shooting. He gets one of the players and next, but then he's not able to finish him off, just running out of bullets.
That is unfortunate, really unfortunate, but the action still continues. A lot of teams are really close to each other, but as you can see, the RC team is actually really well coordinated. Right? They don't have a lot of points in this game because obviously they didn't do much yet. Actually, I think the points are 0 for this game, but still, they are really coordinated. Credit. Galaxy still focusing on Hellraisers. They know the players are there, the util usage is there, the cars, exploded cars, everything. You know, the average PUBG Mobile scenario, the intense average PUBG Mobile scenario you have, it is right there in front of your eyes.
Yeah, all of that is right there in front of Galaxy, and Galaxy is just trying to, make sure that they can get some kills onto these players if they try to get exit out of here. But that does not look like it's going to happen right now. Looking at Team 7, since they've already lost one of their players, and then, well, I said one of their players, and drop shot gets taken out with the grenade landing right on top of him. Saqib is going to try to. He deployed smoke for his teammate, but tagged Goku. That nade came out and took him out as well. Bobby RZ, he's gotten knocked down as well. And now things are just not looking great for them. Drop shot, he gets eliminated, and Team 7 Sins, they are just down to their one player now.
And finally, Team 7 Sins being eliminated for the game. And moving on, Team GPA as well. They are gone with only 0 eliminations. What are these guys doing? Are they really number 2 on the rankings right now? Because they just got eliminated for no reasons on 2 maps, I think. So I guess that's unfortunate for them, or maybe just not having... Maybe they just aren't feeling it anymore.
Yeah, I think it has to be a combination of things right here. The team just... maybe their game plan is just not working out. The way the other teams are playing, they're just not able to assess it to the best of their abilities. Goku getting pretty low. He's just trying to get his revive up right now. And Buzzet, on the other hand, they're just trying to survive. With 2 of their teammates already knocked down, they're just going to try to get those revives up. But Team Hashtag, they are pushing. They are not taking their feet off the pedal right now. And Buzzet, grenades just coming out from him from left, right, and center, just trying to make sure that this team, he can get his revive off on his teammate. Shahir, Superboy, grenade going to land right on top of him, but just missing him by a few inches right now.
Coden with the back nade as well is going to damage maybe Pinkman a little. They are in a really intense engagement right now. Pinkman moving on, maybe trying to flank both of the players. The revive is still in the process. It's not completed yet. Pinkman might just be in time. He doesn't really commit to it and just falls back. If he did, he might have gotten himself a kill or 2.
Yeah, missing out on those kills coming out right now. It seems like a battle of grenades between the 2 teams. They're just throwing grenades and utility at each other, whereas Team Negative, they're getting shot at from behind as well. So they're just going to have to be careful on how they end up going on with these engagements. Pinkman is trying to make that rotation, gets a few shots off, but he's just not able to connect with anyone else right now.
Negative up really close to Hashtag. Buzzet is just onto them. He's just spraying through the smoke, praying and spraying that he hits someone through the smoke. And on the other side of the map, as you can see, Team 141 and RZ are in an engagement as well. Really heated scenario on the map right now. Negative Buzzet is just going inside. He sees Hashtag's player, and there he is, down and taken down. And that is Hashtag Esports eliminated from this map, sent it to home. And RZ, now they have 141 right in front of them. They have to take the fights. TRZ is gonna spot Rafe. We can't really see any kills coming in as of now.
Yeah, there's no kills coming out from them right now, and there's just this engagements happening left, right, and center. Yeah. All of these teams are just fighting each other. They see how is that happening? Sorry, this is right now. Drop it. He's just trying to low HP, making sure he can survive here. A great jump shot coming out from him. It was just he was at so little HP that Dante Boy was able to get him eliminated right now. But he has to deal with the rest of the team right now. Team RB, they are in a good position. They've only gotten one player down. They're going to try to let him up right now.
So yeah, that's a lot of team eliminated. GPA has we are almost on 10 teams remaining, 7 teams live. We have the stats on. We have a bit of time until the blow zone starts moving, so these players are going to have some time to, you know, calm their mind from all of the stuff that happened in the past 5 minutes and just move on towards the next phase of the game.
Yeah, but it looks like no one's going to let Dante Boy calm down a little because he's just getting shot at again. And Marwan, he has this entire squad lined up right in front of him. Team RTG, they thought they were just coming here to push on to HR, but then multiple grenades landing onto them. Romeo's grenade does so much damage, and now they are going to get taken out. Team RTG, they were just not expecting to get shot at by 2 teams. We have another 2 teams getting eliminated right now. We're down to our final 8 teams. The 5th circle is now closing in, and it's just going to be interesting to see how these teams end up engaging each other. What sort of strategy are they going to pull out of the bag right now? Because this is the final game. Team HR for final game for the day, I might add. Team HR, they're still alive. I have good hopes of them.
Honestly, what happened to RTG was a bit unexpected, or maybe unexpected for them at least, but it was kind of funny to me because they just really thought that hey, we're just pushing on to HR, right? 2 players live only, we can take them down easy peasy. But yep, there it was. The other team already, Galaxy Esports, scoping onto them, ready and steady, and just opened fire on them, and they just got taken out in an instant. And with that, Xtreme Esports is out as well.
Yeah, Xtreme Esports getting eliminated, and here Shahir is just sitting here causing a lot of issues with the squad of Team Tag. They're trying to get them down. The team is up. Goku Rice is just trying to make his way towards Goku, and he should be able to get him up. Frankie, on the other hand, has another player pinned down from Pyro, and that player is just going to get eliminated within a few moments. No, Bobby RZ getting eliminated by Marwan right now. He's been knocked down. The team's been trying to make sure that they can get him up, but it just looks like it's not going to be an easy task right now. With the final circle that we have, not the final circle, the 5th circle that we have is shaping up to be a lot of these teams are outside of the circle, so they're going to have to make sure that they can make their way into the circle.
So, that was trying to fight HR, Galaxy Esports, after taking their mind off of Galaxy Esports, they're now focusing on Tag a little. They're just focusing on a negative a little. So they're just shifting their mind because it's been so long that they've been waiting for HR guys to come out, but they just aren't, so that they're just bored and they're just fighting other people at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think you can really get the tunnel vision when you're just focusing on one of the squads, right? You have to make sure that you realize that there's an entire server worth of people that are there. But Bobby RZ gets cinematically explodes right in front of our screens with that grenade coming right at him. And DLord, he's made his way here, but Team Pyro is looking right at you, my friend. And he couldn't.
No, perhaps, maybe not, because they were shooting at this car as well, so he couldn't really do anything. He was already 10 HP, so yeah, that was sort of inevitable. I saw it coming, honestly.
Yeah, and then the grenade explodes right in front of Kira and Swanky. He's going to have to get out of here because that was another nade right in front of him, and he gets out of there just in the nick of time. Team HR that are right in front of him next. He got us in the position. He has a grenade pulled out. Swanky has to be careful. He knows this grenade is going to come at him, but then the grenade was not. He could not throw the grenade out in time. He was getting shot at from different areas as well. We've seen the shotgun come back into play. The Pyro's entire squad is right in front of him. They don't have a lot of cover. Marwan, it's all on you. Can you make it happen? Doesn't look like it. He had a shotgun and a dream, and they're both just going to fall too short.
That shotgun isn't really going to help Marwan a bit even. So Swanky now, after taking down some of the people, there's the spray down, damaging a lot Pyro squad members, but I don't think that's a lot other than just one teammate out. That's one knocked out member on Pyro and one knocked out on negative. So we can see a lot of teams in a really pissed up. Everyone is dealing with different scenarios here. Everyone is just same map, but it's different stuff for everyone.
Yeah, it's like mini games that are being
Yep.
played among all of the different teams, right? That are surviving in their different areas. But yeah, as the circles keep closing in, as the circle keeps getting progressively smaller and smaller, all of these teams are getting pushed right into each other. Tag Sherry, he took a lot of damage from those players from negative. They see him and tag Goku. He's in a great position. He gets an angle
Oh,
onto Galaxy's Sam, who was not aware of that window that was right behind him. Sort of a little sloppy coming out from him. I think that consideration should have definitely been there, but I think he was getting pressured from the squad of mid at the same time.
that was really unfortunate. Goku taking full advantage of the moment he got, and quite literally and figuratively taking the window of opportunity and getting the kill for himself.
Yeah, and we have 4 squads alive at the moment. Tag Rice is able to spot another player on that is not able to do anything, not able to eliminate him. Pyro Esports, they get eliminated at the 4th position, and we only have 2 teams now. Team Negative, they've been eliminated as well. It's Team Tag versus Team Myth. Team Myth, they only have 2 players alive, and the circle isn't favoring them whatsoever. Holler, if you ask me, it looks very difficult for
It
Team Myth
looks
to be
very
able to.
difficult for real, but still, this gives them a chance to take another chicken dinner for themselves. But still, it's gonna be really hard. Gavin does watch Cherry a bit. He knows there's a car there, so someone might be there. But Cherry, being a bit far away from his teammates, isn't a disadvantage, but also an advantage in a way that he can flank both of the mid players once
Oh,
they start moving out.
yeah, but this is just a shooting gallery for Team Tag, as these players from Team Myth made their way outside of the compound. They saw one of the vehicles on one side, and they, I think, elected or opted to go to the other side, but not realizing that side was the actual side where the entire shooting squadron was standing there on the high
Yep.
ground, just waiting for them. So Team Tag, they are able to secure a very crucial chicken dinner, I might say, for them, and I think that is really going to help their chances to be able to make it out of the semifinals as the victors. Again, Team Tag for them right now.
Definitely a really good win for Team Tag. I was expecting for Team Mid to do something for themselves, but oh well, they just got wiped out for Team Tag, and this is going to be a chicken dinner for them. Really, I think Team Mid could have, bumped their places up a bit with the double chicken dinners, but sadly, not enough. So it's going to be Team Tag for the win.
Yeah, Team Tag, a great gameplay coming out from them, especially owing to the fact that they had 4 members alive in that final circle as well, right? Where they did not lose anyone even until the final circle. Myth Esports, they were just not able to cause the sort of damage that they needed to be able to. But something very interesting that we were again, I think we ended up seeing within this game as well, Holler, is that they had all of their members alive, and the second point was that they had that high ground, that very important high ground that
Definitely.
it's sort of becoming a theme within this final circle as well, right? The squad that has that high ground, that has that natural cover due to that high ground low ground dynamic, just sort of ends up winning that chicken dinner.
Yep, as you use the words at the very end of the game, the shooting gallery, it definitely was one for the tag players because they were just scoping in, looking at where the myth players were, and just taking them down one by one. But this game wasn't really as eventful as the one on Sanhok because if you look at it this way, Team Myth and Tag, we didn't really see them do a lot all around the game. It was actually Hellraisers and Galaxy Esports they were all over the map. You could see them everywhere doing all kinds of stuff. But in the end, it was Myth and Tag who were left, and Tag was the one to take it home.
Yeah, Tag were definitely our winners for the final game of Day 1 PUBG Mobile Semi-Finals, the national championship that we have here. So I think that's genuinely going to give a Team Tag a motivation booster, right? They're going to be the more confident. They understand that they're not that bad at the game, right? I mean, like, they were able to get a chicken, and they were playing against some really good teams, right?
Yep.
So that is the sort of booster that you need to make sure that you, and I think that also validates the fact that your understanding of the game is a correct one, right? That the way
Yep.
that you look at the game, the way your in-game leader looks at the game, the way your players are looking at the game is the correct way to go on about the game. Because if that were not the case, right, you wouldn't be winning.
Exactly. It's also a psychological boost because, if you're not improving or, if you're not seeing any results, you just get a bit put down. But when you're actually seeing results, when things are actually working out for you, you get that boost and you're like, hey, and you also get that urge to try more, try harder and work even harder and improve even more. It's amazing to, just see your results.
Yeah, and the results are definitely showing up for Team Tag right now, with the way that they were able to go on about this game and win that really important chicken dinner again. Just emphasizing the fact that that puts them, I'm pretty sure that puts them very comfortably within the top 9 position, because
I think so, yeah.
yeah, because I'm not exactly able to remember, but I think Team Tag was not in that top 9 position prior to this game, right? So that the fact that everyone at 9, 10, 11, 12 were just like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 points away from each other. So yeah, definitely Team Tag, they're back at top, and it's just going to be interesting to see if they can sort of maintain that level of performance across the next 2 games that we're going to have, across the next 2 days, sorry, that we're going to have. But that was the final game of the number 1 for the semifinals, and Team Tag, they were our victors.
Honestly, I was expecting Hellraisers to get a third win though, because they were looking really strong, actually really strong. But when they were down to only 2 members inside that small house, I guess there wasn't really much they could do, because they were actually getting, pinched up by 2 players from each side, 2 teams from each side. So it was Galaxy Esports, and after a while, even Road to Glory came up to them to take a fight. But sadly, Galaxy Esports were like, "Hey, nah, that's our prey. You're not gonna put your hands on him." So yeah.
Yeah, no, no, they were in a great position to be able to get that chicken dinner. But Team Hellraisers, I think where they fell a bit short was in terms of the few engagements that they ended up taking, right? Where I think their compounds is just. It has to be a combination of bad luck for them as well, because they can't really say that they played badly at all. It was just that compound just got pressured by so many teams and just so many eyeballs on that one compound that Team Hellraiser just eventually got sandwiched in, and they just could not survive or get out of there. But I think that also we have to owe some of that to the circle as well, right? The way the circles end up rotating in, and how things end up going on about is just very. It just makes it sort of very difficult for you as a team to be able to survive that sort of scenario.
Definitely. So yeah, that's so. Would you like to talk about something more general about PUBG? Because we've had enough of this competitive scene today. So, have you been recently playing PUBG recently? Because I definitely haven't.
Yeah, so of course I try to play as much as I can, but it's just generally, a bit more about the squad that is around you and the people that you sort of try to team up with. Because I'm not saying that a random matchmaking experience is not a decent one. It is
Mhm.
it is pretty nice, and you end up pairing with random people. I've met some friends with some randoms as well, and I've actually met them in real life as well. So it's generally a decent experience. But my hands are a bit more tired, about when my squad is going to come online, when they're going to be able to play. So because of that, just life just gets sometimes so busy that we
Make
really just find time to be able to play. It's
makes
usually
sense.
just over the weekends, yeah.
Yep. So I mean, the same is the case with me when I play Valorant. I legit played Valorant 2 years straight, almost every day, 6 hours, 6 hours every day, and it was only because I used to play with friends, and now my friends don't play Valorant anymore, so I don't as well. It's simple as that. You can't really enjoy a game without friends or a good squad. That's very true.
Yeah, and especially a game that is so I've played a lot of solo gaming, honestly, like especially multiplayer. I honestly enjoy just being able to turn my PC on or mobile device, whatever, and just hop into a game, and not have to coordinate with 10 other people, because that is sometimes the bane of my existence, my very existence, right? Other people. But so the thing, it's just that if a game is just sort of built around, or the mechanics within the game are built around you having to depend upon your teammates, which is sort of the case in these strategical tactical shooters, right? When like games like PUBG, then it becomes a very frustrating experience if you don't have people around you that you can trust on, right? Because some random people are not going to realize that. But yeah, I think we're heading on over to our final break, and after that we're going to be right back. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Oh yeah, I think the stream might be ending in 3 minutes. So okay, I think this is a bit of a miscommunication coming out from production over there. But that's all perfectly fine, because we've had some action-packed days
I
here.
guess we're taking a break. वो इन्होंने जब बोला तो उन्होंने कहा सही है break. Rolling? Okay, rolling.
Sorry.
Sorry for the inconveniences, and now we are live once again.
All right, so coming back live to our stream, we have our winners from game number 5, Team Tag, the Angry Gamers. These guys were definitely looking pretty angry within this game, securing their number 1 spot in this last game, getting 14 points from elimination. That is a staggering amount of points that they were able to secure from elimination, and then doing 2,200 damage. Holler, that is just a large amount of damage.
I mean, yeah, considering it's just for a single team, that is definitely a lot of damage. Moving on to the MVP of this game, we had Tag Goku with 5 eliminations and almost 800 damage, 3 knockouts, and 2 assists. So this guy, 800 damage, not really bad. This is a consistency that we've seen with MVPs over time, that the damage range is usually around 700 to say 900, and I'd really be impressed if some singular player went over 1,000, but oh well, it is what it is, and that was the MVP.
Yeah, that I think it's going to be some while before we can get a player who's good enough to be able to do that in a competitive game. But yeah, on the other hand, we have a lot of throwbacks being used. Again, pretty average for the map and everything. Total healing, 10k healing coming out, 73 knockouts, 8 total headshots, and 2 airdrops looted by these guys. Just generally, we have a pretty average game coming out from these players. Looking at the other stats, we have a highest amount of eliminations from T24UOP. I think that's a player for Pyro over there. Swanky getting the highest amount of damage, highest assists coming out from Pinkman, and then the longest elimination again coming around from that player, and then Captain from Team Myth being able to secure the highest amount of knockouts, and that is 4 in that game.
Definitely T24 repeating his name 2 times with 5 highest eliminations and the longest eliminations distance. Don't you think the number of headshots are kind of low for a game for that's having like 50 knockouts or at least 50 eliminations or 50 knockouts at least? The headshot number seems a bit low to me, honestly.
Yeah, I think the headshot number isn't really there where we sort of expect it to be. But I think we're going to circle back to that. So first, let's take a look at the match rankings that we have here. Team Angry Gamers, again, winning that first position, securing that chicken dinner, were able to accumulate 30 total points across that game, right? So that really puts them in a great position after this game. Myth Esports coming in at second position as well, and then getting 7 points from elimination puts them at 19. Team Negative at 16, Team Pyro Esports at 16, Galaxy Esports at 12, Hellraisers at 10, REDZONE Esports at 7, and Xtreme Esports at 3.
And following with that, Road to Glory at number 9 with only 3 points in total. 3, 3, 3. A lot of 3 points coming in. DLord with 1. And in the last previous game, Step Family, GPA, surprising to be honest, and 7 Sins and 69 weren't able to score a single point for themselves. I don't know how this will end up for them in the final overall ranking because we have already went through all the 5 matches of the day. So we're yet to see how these points will alter the possessions of these teams on the scoreboard and the overall ranking. But it is definitely going to be a decider point that if they are getting into the semifinal or not.
Yeah, I think that is going to be making the difference towards for these teams at the end of the day. But looking at the damage and the eliminations that we've gotten here, there's something a bit disheartening for Galaxy Esports, right? Where they were able to do 2,200 damage, which is just on par with the winners of this game, Team Tag. But the difference is that Galaxy Esports only were able to get 6 knockouts or eliminations from that, whereas Team Tag were able to secure 14 points, having done the same amount of damage. So I think that's the stat really shows that it's just not about the general damage that you're dealing to different players, but it's also about if you're able to if you're able to secure those kills as well at the end of that damage, right? So that's something that's very important here.
Yeah, I think we've both come to an agreement at this point after watching all these 5 games and looking at all the stats and looking at all the damage, especially when we notice Team 69 and teams that do a lot of damage overall, but still aren't really able to put up with it with all the eliminations, and yeah, aren't really able to do much with it.
Yeah, and now we have the overall rankings post match 5. So these are the overall rankings after day number 1 for the PUBG Mobile National Championship semi-final. The Angry Gamers, they are at your first spot And that's just the thing, right? After one game, after that one performance that they were able to put up in this game, they got 30 points, I think, somewhere close to that 29 points. They are at the top of your table with 72 total points. Team Hellraisers, even though they got two chicken dinners today, just that last performance in the just put them down to
Yeah, it put
68.
them down.
Mid Esports, that consistency coming out from them across 5 games gives them 64 points. They're at the third position. Pyro Esports, 57 points. Team GPA, 51 points. Hashtag esports having 50 points. They're in a great position on top of that table. Team Negatives with 45 points. And then 69 esports. They were only able to get one chicken dinner, and they just fell short of consistency across the rest of their games. That puts them on the 8th spot.
Definitely. I'm really saddened about the fact that how Team GPA went from the second spot to the fifth spot and losing a lot of points because they didn't really do well or didn't do anything at all in the final two games. That was, I guess, as I said, they just weren't feeling it at the very end, but they did really well. And still, in the first three games, proved themselves and got themselves up to the fifth position. And that's really good. That's really, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a good outcome for them. Top five is not bad at all. 69 esports, though, still coming back from the lower end of the rankings to the upper end. And now we can see them on the first scoreboard on the eighth position, which is really good for them with a total of 41 points. Not a really big gap from Team Negative or Team Hashtag Esports because it's just the difference of 10 points.
Yeah, but I think those points are with over time, as those points are going to start accumulating over 10 more games to be yet to be played. So we're going to start seeing that gap sort of starting to emerge and develop between these two teams, between all of these teams rather. But the Angry Gamers, since they're at the top spot right now with 72 total points, right? So they've sort of already put in put some distance between themselves and let's say like the team at the 8th position, right, which is 69 esports at the moment. So 41 points, 72 points, that's like a difference of 31 points at the moment between these two teams. So they just have to make sure that they can cover that gap up to the best of their ability and just be in a much better position sort of to stay consistent. But talking about being in a better position, right, I just want to remind our viewers that there are only 9 teams that are going to qualify from the semifinals after day number 3, and they're going to be within that final. So this ninth spot where Galaxy Esports is at right now is the margin, right? It's the cutoff point. Any team that's going to be below it, they're just not going to make it. So Galaxy Esports with 38 total points at the moment. Team Xtreme Esports at that 10th position, improving their placement right now, the 20 points, and locking it down with them is DLord at the 11th position with 20 points as well. Going down, Road to Glory, 19 points, REDZONE Esports, 15 points, 141, 13 points. And the rest, as we say, is history. So, Holler, looking at this table, do you feel like there are some chances for these teams to be able to, crawl their way back up into those top 9?
Well, we do have the team head to head, the teams that are head to head right now on our screen. So let's talk about them first. So the teams are the Angry Gamers, which we do abbreviate as TAG, and the HR. These guys were doing really well overall, and they obviously have a really good chance because two chicken dinners, it's not bad at all, and yeah, they can do really well further on and take over each other. So talking about the MVP rankings, Myth Levi, 10 eliminations, a lot of survival time. That's really good. And that's probably what got him to the top rankings in the MVPs as well. That's really good for him. Then we have Old Boy, which we saw doing a spray down on Team 69 and got him there. So, Azus, will you carry on with today's matches?
Yeah, so a bit of a recap for all of you guys who might have been joining us a bit later on, right? Match number 1 played on Erangel, Team Myth, 10 elimination points for them. Match number 2, Hellraisers, 8 points. And then match number 3 going back to Hellraisers with 16 elimination points that they were able to secure. Match number 4, Sanhok went to our winner 69 Esports. They got 6 elimination points. And then our final match for the day went to the Angry Gamers that were able to get 14 eliminations, which is just behind the maximum amount of eliminations the team Hellraisers were able to secure on this day. So just some consistency coming out from Team Hellraisers, Team Myth. I would say that they were just generally consistent across the board, across all of the games. So that was just amazing coming out from Team Hellraisers. And just generally, I think a lot of action-packed PUBG happening on the semifinals day number 1. We just got to see a lot of quality competition coming out from all of these teams, and these wins were well deserved by all of them.
Definitely, really well played by all the team. We actually got to see a lot of really good matches today, especially by Hellraisers. Amazing performance by them. I actually do like how Galaxy Esports were playing. They were performing really well as well. And another team to be mentioned would probably be Myth again, because yeah, they were, as you mentioned, really consistent throughout all the games. Though Tag the Angry Gamers coming back up at the end and taking the map home for themselves at least one second. That's also put them in a really good position in the ranking. That was really impressive by them. Although, just my opinion, they weren't really meant to win that game because they didn't do a lot in that game. Still, they ended up winning it because of their survival time and the very last play they made.
Yeah, so anyways, that was the semifinals, day number one. Your casters were Aziz and Holler. Please, guys, make sure you follow Holler on all of his socials as well. We're going to come back with day number two. A lot of exciting PUBG happening for you guys. We're going to have 5 matches tomorrow and the day after that as well. Again, the top 9 teams are going to qualify for the finals. They're going to see them further interaction. But anyways, signing off, your caster Aziz, and with me was Holler.
Thank you, Seal. खत्म